Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our Committee of the Whole meeting for the County of Frontenac for Tuesday, October 29th, 2024.
We begin this gathering by acknowledging and celebrating these traditional lands as a gathering place of the First Peoples and their ancestors who are entrusted to care for Mother Earth since time immemorial. We do so respecting both the land and the Indigenous people who continue to walk with us through this world. Today, the county is committed to working with Indigenous peoples and all residents to pursue a united path of reconciliation.
Thank you. Adoption of the agenda.
So that's moved by Councillor Lichty and seconded by Councillor Fowler.
Resolved that the agenda for October 29th and the 30th meeting of Committee of the Whole be approved. Any questions? All in favor? Carried. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? None. Then there's no delegations or presentations. I think we'll have enough of those. We'll move to reports. And we're going to start off with Kevin, our CAO, Mr. Farrell.
So good morning, Warden, Deputy Warden, and Council. I'd like to welcome everyone to day one of our Frontenac County budget deliberations. We have a lot to get through over the next 2 days, so I won't spend too much time on my introductory comments. However, I do want to highlight a few things before I pass it over to Alex to walk us through the highlights. So this shouldn't come as a huge surprise. Municipalities across all of Ontario are experiencing budget pressures and challenges. And this is no different for Frontenac County, as this is a particularly challenging budget year. Having said that, I can attest that staff have worked extremely hard to bring you this budget for consideration. We've met with each department head and gone through the budget line by line to identify efficiencies and opportunities. I want to extend a huge thank you to our senior leadership team, our management team, Brianna for making sure our slides look good and meet accessibility standards, and especially to our treasurer, Alex Lemieux, for compiling all the numbers. Staff have worked tediously to refine their business plans so that they are concise, but also packed with the relevant information you need as council. Staff have also prepared specific project proposals that we feel are important to improve service delivery across our organization. As council, it's your role to represent the public and consider the well-being and interests of the county, to develop and evaluate policies and programs, to determine service levels, to ensure policies, practices, and procedures are in place to implement the decisions of council, and to maintain financial integrity. I'll now pass it over to Alex Lemieux in his role as treasurer to review the budget development process and provide an overview of the items impacting the 2025 budget.
All right, so good morning, Council. Thank you for the introduction, Kevin. So as Kevin said, we've got a lot to cover today. I won't spend a whole lot of time on introductions. I would just like to thank all senior staff for their work in getting the budget to this point. And we're pleased to present the 2025 budget for your consideration. All right, so I'll just start with a quick overview of our budget policy. So this slide provides the objectives identified in the budget policy, including the requirement for a budget timeline that promotes consistency, adequate information for council to exercise due diligence in assessing the budget, and also integrates our long-term planning, financial and management objectives of the county. All right, so this is a busy slide. There's a lot of information here, but I think it is worth taking a couple of minutes to go over the whole budget process. So we talked about the first step, which is the budget policy, which kind of, again, sets the overall direction. The next step in the development of budget, we start with the status quo budget. So what that means is 2024 service level at 2025's cost. So how we develop that is where possible, we look at a unit versus cost mechanism. So we know how much we're going to use, how much will each increase. Also based estimates based on fact we know if we have a long-term contract, or as well just historical review and trend analysis. Within the status quo budget, we also factor in prior year commitments. So if there was, say, a mid-year add of a position, that's also an increase into the status quo for that year. Target for the status quo budget per the policy is Ontario CPI for August 2024. That came in at 2.1% for this year. The next step in development of the budget is the service level changes or project proposals. So only council approved project proposals will be included in the final budget. As well, just a quick housekeeping item. All project proposals will be covered in depth by the departments presenting them. So if you do have a question on your project proposal, I just kindly ask that you wait for that to be presented, because chances are that'll be covered in that presentation. The next step in the budget figure that we provide is the capital levy. So you'll recall in October, we brought a report basically saying that we need to increase our capital requirements each year. The report had recommended a 1.6% increase each year. Now, this year is a little different because some of our capital needs the requirement was required earlier than the general capital. So for paramedic and Fairmount equipment, that goes through a joint reserve, which goes through the status quo budget. So to kind of balance that out, we recommended a 1% increase in the dedicated levy for 25. And within the status quo budget, there's a 0.68% dedicated to capital, but per policy, that's going to be reflected in that status quo number. And finally, also an outlook in the business plans on what's on the horizon. I'll just go over the nomenclature. So a risk is an imminent or likely scenario that requires action. A caution is a known fact or recommended change that may have an impact on budget or future decisions. And lastly, an advisement is a minor change in direction or scope. All right, so on to the overall assumptions for the development of the budget. So the funding envelopes themselves are largely status quo. The main change that we'll see from 2024 into 2025 is there was incremental funding the last 3 years for Fairmount for what was colloquially known as 4 hours of care. So funding from the ministry to increase the hours of care at the home. There is no longer, to our knowledge, be given those incremental increases starting in 25. So at this point, any increases or maintenance of staff, that would have to come from the municipal level. As well, same as in 2023, there will be no supplemental funding for COVID-19. That's assumed to be regular operations at this point. We discussed capital levy a little bit on the previous slide, but I'll just go back over it. So the dedicated increase from 0.65% in 2024 up to 1% in 2025. Again, that's a reduction from the 1.6% that was recommended. But again, due just to how the budget is presented per policy, 0.68% of the status quo levy is dedicated towards capital. So we're landing pretty close to 1.6% that was recommended. Also changed for 2025, there was a dedicated 0.65 paramedic dedicated levy to support operational growth. The reason for this, I would say, was twofold. So the previous ORH study or previous plan had contemplated adding 2 crews in 5 years, along with a vehicle and a base. Based on the revised numbers, we would have to add a crew every single year. So the 0.65 was basically done sort of as a stabilization reserve. So instead of getting the big jumps the years that you added crews and not so much years that you didn't, the 0.65 kind of smoothed that over 5 years. We're at a point now where if you're adding a crew every year, it's going to be a pretty steady increase every year. And also with the increase in demand, the 0.65 was no longer sufficient to meet future needs. And as I mentioned earlier, the CPI for August 2024 came in at 2.1%. All right, economic forecast. So inflation has slowed down, as we saw by the CPI that came in at 2.1% this year. Interest rates are dropping in 2024. The guidance is for those to continue to drop through 2025. What that means on inflationary outlook, though, is still somewhat uncertain. So lower rates typically described as saving increases spending, which will generally increase prices. Firsthand, we haven't really seen those decreases in prices yet, at least on the capital side. So it'll be interesting to see where that kind of leads us into 2025. We've kind of assumed kind of status quo increases until we see something really hit the board. And also on the wage level, wage increases tend to lag a little bit behind CPI. So in terms of comparators and arbitrated awards, those don't always track CPI. They tend to be a little bit behind. So we're recommending a 3% increase in salaries for non-bargaining unit members for 2025. All right, this is a summary, probably the three big drivers really impacting our 2025 budget here. So on the WSIB expense side, I think when we covered this in an earlier report, especially particularly on the paramedic side, we've seen a significant increase in usage of benefits. So we've had to increase our actuarial assumption and period costs. What that means is we've had to recognize an increase in the budget of nearly $1 million in 2025. Once that runs through the cost share, that would be a 1.56% increase that we're hitting just in 2025 here. Also, medical benefits for the whole corporation are going up 15%. Again, these are factors largely out of our control. A lot of our benefits are on a pooled rating. So if paramedical use outside the organization or medical benefits as well are going up, they're going up as well. So ours is going up 15%. That seems to be somewhat normative in the market from what we're hearing. And also we're seeing an issue where not all revenue envelopes are keeping up with expenses. And actually for this one, I'll maybe use an example here with Fairmount Home. So there's a lot going on here. Probably where I would direct your attention to is to the external funding line. So that would be the sum of user charges, which is what we are allowed to charge residents for per the ministry, and ministry funding. So the total of that is forecast to go up by 1.34%. User charges go up by CPI up to 2.5%. So if you have a couple of years of 4% CPI, the increase is still 2.5%, so those will kind of fall behind. The provincial funding, last count, I think we had 32 envelopes. Some of them are rated by bed number. Some of them rated our patient acuity. Some of them haven't increased in 10 years. So once you weigh that all out, the total external funding we have kind of no control over, it goes up by 1.34%. So why is that important? So for us, the status quo budget for Fairmount was just to keep what we had last year at 2025's cost is forecast to go by 7.84%. And again, this would be mostly driven by salaries and benefits. So to keep the exact same service level we have with the funding we were anticipating receiving, that'll be a 21.87% increase just to the municipal portion to maintain that. So unfortunately, when revenue doesn't increase, and in this example here, the external funding would fund close to 70% of the operation. To pick up that extra 30 is a outsized increase on our behalf to keep the service level where it has been. All right, so status quo budget. So again, that's this year's or 2024 service level at 2025's cost. We're anticipating, or that's been budgeted to increase at 2.79%. Within that 0.68% is related to capital reserves. So if you were to back that out and treat that as a capital increase, we're landing right around that 2.1% for CPI. The thing I will draw attention to is last year we'd recommended a one-time 2% levy transfer to the stabilization reserve based on increased investment income. This year, based on where the budget was landing, we're recommending not renewing that. So to mitigate the increase, kind of use it as a stabilization reserve transfer, so to speak. You're just not transferring it. We're not going to make that. We're not recommending putting that transfer into 2025. But that has essentially allowed us to pay down the levy by 2% this year, or pay down the status quo by 2% this year. All right, so again, just a quick word on service level. So most of the services we provide are dictated by legislation and somewhat challenging to change service levels, and legislation includes Long-Term Care Act, the Fixing Long-Term Care Act, Ambulance Act, collective agreements, and various others. So quick word on weighted assessment. So if you recall, weighted assessment would be how we pay for services that we share with the City of Kingston. So that would include your provincial offenses net revenue, your social services, your social housing, and your paramedic services. So between 2023 and 2024, we've actually seen more percent growth in the County of Frontenac than the City of Kingston. What that means is we'll be seeing a higher share of all those costs coming towards the county in 2024, which is kind of running against what the trend has been the last 7 or 8 years probably. And also MPAC has postponed assessment again. So the 2025 taxation years will continue to use the fully phased in 2016 values or 2020 values. The assessment growth is forecasted to come in and we'll present you in December. Typically our growth has been between 1 to 1.25%, and last year fell at 1.06. All right, so now for the service level changes or project proposals, we have 6 that we're bringing forward to council. So Frontenac paramedics, in line with the recent ORH study, is recommending bringing a 12-hour crew online for 2025. Also, Frontenac paramedics are recommending a superintendent of performance standards and training. Both of those would be cost shared with the City of Kingston through weighted assessment. So not the full brunt of that will hit the levy. Legislative Services is recommending implementing an electronic document records management system. Economic Development is recommending initiating a reserve transfer to phase in a new community development officer. It would be a 3-year phase in with a $43,000 incremental increase over those 3 years. Planning is recommending updating their project projections. That would be a $45,000 project and fully funded out of the sustainability reserve. And Fairmount is recommending increasing hours to their occupational therapists, increasing 15 hours a week. And again, that would be cost shared through the City of Kingston. So if you recall, the status quo increase for 2024, for 2025 was 2.79%. If you add in the project proposal from the previous page, we have now 2.28 and our dedicated levy at 1%. That gets us to a total draft budget levy increase of 6.07%. Presented to you today for consideration for 25. Before I jump into the individual department variances and highlights, do you have any questions on the overall high level synopsis? Silence is golden. All right, so maybe just some quick ground rules here on the highlight sheets. So the first number is the total dollar increase, or in this case, decrease in the segment. The second number, the segment budget decrease, is the percentage increase or decrease within that individual segment. So for here, so the general budget, we're anticipating an increase in provincial offenses revenue based on kind of where the past numbers have been tracking. The main driver here, though, is reserve transfers. So we're increasing capital levy by 1%, but we're backing out that stabilization reserve transfer from last year, the one-time reserve transfer for that increase in investment income by 2%. So the net that we have here is a decrease in contribution to the levy of $144,000. All right, council budget, another decrease here. So the starting point here, it would be last year, the EOWC collected a special levy of $36,000 for their 7 and 7+ housing project. So we had funded that partially through levy and partially through a reserve transfer since it wasn't sustainable. So the $10,000 we used to partially fund that in 24, that comes off, that's a reduction in revenue. But we've downsized the EOWC levy by $32,000. So net, there's a smaller contribution to the EOWC. The remainder of the change can mostly be explained by increase in council salaries and benefits, which again, per direction was a 3.5% increase on top of the 3% that goes to non-union staff. For the county budget, the big difference here are we have 3 seconded positions that have been added to the budget because the contracts extend beyond 25. Previously, we had seconded positions, but they were short-term. So you'll see an increase in operating revenue and an increase in salaries and benefits. Those offset to zero. There's no direct cost to the county to maintain those, but they've both been built in the budget because they are essentially certainties for 2025. If those agreements were to be terminated, the revenue and the salaries would both back off. Beyond that, I'll maybe just highlight the depreciation figure. So the depreciation increased by $252,000 for 2025. That is due to the admin building being redeveloped. Important to note, though, there is no levy impact for depreciation, but due to PSAB requirements, you do have to show that in your budget. And also, I'll call back the another driver for there is the $30,000 increase for the electronic document management system, and that would be coming on the levy. Oh, and maybe I'll maybe just quickly highlight the debenture as well. So when we had set the debenture rates last year, that was before we'd actually borrowed. We'd anticipated borrowing at 5%. We were quite fortunate in the time when we actually got the debenture by January that the rates had dropped to 4.43%. So that has resulted in a decrease in $14,000 to the budget there. All right, so marine services, I'll maybe just recall that there's no levy impact to the county for operating marine services. Marine services is governed by essentially two cost sharing agreements. One with MTO where they'll cover 80% of eligible operating expenses. The remaining 20% is essentially governed by an agreement between the county and the township, and that's typically made up by user fees, pass sales, or could potentially be direct taxation as well. All right, social housing, and I'll start with saying the city of Kingston is a little bit behind in the budget process compared to we are. So at this point, these are draft numbers. They have not approved their budget yet. So these are likely to be revised and may just a matter of process. Typically in November or December, I'll bring forward a report with a couple tweaks between what we present today and what we get. These numbers will change. But for now, we're budgeting a 3.5% increase in the segment. And just a reminder that the social housing costs, as well as social services, are apportioned between program costs and administration costs. The administration costs are paid through weighted assessment. The program costs are paid through where the service is located. So if there's a service for social housing, in the city of Kingston, County of Frontenac doesn't pay for that. If the County of Frontenac has services in its thing, the city of Kingston doesn't pay for that. And yeah, similar thing for social services. At this point, we're anticipating a 3.5% increase in that segment. So for Vermont Home, we touched upon the revenue earlier in the increase in provincial revenue, where that kind of means for the overall budget. Really, the increase is driven off of salaries and benefits. So we've medical benefits we touched upon again, big increase across the board. Direct wages are again in line with where collective agreements are coming in. Also, we've seen an increase in OMERS pension expense, and that is mostly due to changes in OMERS legislation, which occurred in 23 and allowed greater ease of use for part-timers to get in. And with Fairmont having a high amount of part-timer, we have seen a lot more uptake in that pension, and that has resulted in increased costs on our end. For materials, raw food would be the biggest increase, and that would be offset by an increase in provincial revenue, so no net impact there. Maybe the other one I'll highlight for materials, and this is kind of really across the organization's computer software is up, and that's mostly due to switching to software as a service platforms. So both from an HRIS standpoint and from a new scheduling software. Important to note the reserve transfers here, which was part of that 0.68% increase. We're budgeting for a 20% increase into the contribution to that Fairmont capital reserve. And that's really just to have the funds necessary to pay for the capital maintenance and new equipment that's required at the home. Frontenac paramedics, probably the big driver here is an increase in the land ambulance service grant. So as you recall, the land ambulance service grant is based on the previous year's operating budget. So based on adding crews last year, we're seeing a big increase in the funding this year. The other thing I'll maybe mention as well is a few years ago, there was actually a notice from the ministry where they were going to freeze funding. So we've been a little conservative in putting the full year's capital budget, or sorry, the full year's operating budget from the previous year in there. Not 100% trusting that that was going to keep coming through. At this point, we're about 4 or 5 years out. It hasn't happened yet. So we're going to go back and fully take the number that we're anticipating getting based on what we passed the budget in 2024. The other change here is mostly at the community paramedicine funding, and it's mostly just in terms of how it's showing on the books. So we've been receiving $2 million in community paramedicine funding each year. We haven't been spending $2 million most years. So more what that's doing is in terms of mid-year reporting, you look at, you've got a lot of money, not a lot of expenses, you're looking super favorable, but if you don't spend it, you would have to hand that back. So what we've done this year is we've kind of revised the funding based on where we're actually spending expenses. So you'll see some rebalancing in the operating revenue where we've decreased that funding, and as well, more of that funding is going towards actual community paramedicine, so towards salary and benefits, and less of it's going towards materials. The other one I'll highlight is offload nursing funding we received, and there's a notice that went out a few weeks ago where the ministry has committed additional funding through the end of March 2025 to add a resource at KGH, and that should help with offload delays. So no impact to the county. It's money that comes in through the ministry, money that goes back out to KGH from the hire of that staff person. So you'll see the increase in both the revenue and the contracted services there. On the contracted services front, there's also the AED lease coming on board. There was a report that went to council last month where we discussed more or less we're shifting that expense from what was previously a capital expense into an operating model where we're leasing equipment instead of putting that big expense out up front and buying. Capital reserves, again, back that 0.68% increase in the status quo. We've increased the vehicle and equipment reserves to where they need to be to kind of sustain payments over the next 10 years. And again, on the project proposal front, we've got the new 12-hour crew that we're asking for, as well a new superintendent for training. Health unit. So many thanks to Dr. Glaza, who was here a few weeks ago, came to October Council and gave us an operational and financial update. And again, per the update that they gave, we're budgeting a 3.4% increase in the expense for the health unit. Same thing to the library. Thank you, Laura Carter, for giving their operational increase. Little more going on here, so I'll take some time to go over it. So the operating increase from the library is 3.93%. That's that increase in contracted services for $38,509. We fund our share of capital through reserve transfers. So this year they're requesting they're requesting, I think last year they requested around 34,000. It's down to 16,000 this year. So we've decreased both the transfer from reserves and the capital expenses by that amount. And as well, we've decreased the transfer going into the capital reserve by $5,000. And this is just based on their revised 15-year capital forecast, where some of the big expenses that were there previously aren't there anymore. So we can safely decrease that transfer and still have the funds necessary to draw from reserves when their capital requests do come through. Planning and economic development. So a lot of planning and economic development is project driven. So a lot of the variance within here has to do with projects or reserve transfers coming in or out. So the two new projects coming in are the population projections, for which there's a project proposal. You'll see in the operating revenue, we have $45,000 coming out of reserve to fund that, as well as $45,000 expense in the project proposal line. Also have the floodplain mapping, where council gave us authorization to contribute $12,099 towards CRCA to fund floodplain mapping. stop saying mapping. And also we have some things falling off. So the reserve transfer for the website development. So that was a project that was approved by council last year. There were concerns at the time that there may not have been the staff available to update the website, so that the project hasn't happened. But that has, again, fallen off as a transfer in and approved project for 2025. All right, continuous improvement, not much change there, a decrease of $944. More or less every change there relates to the drape imaging. So we had budgeted a $20,000 contribution from reserves to update our imaging in 2024. Now, fortunately, the province stepped in and agreed to do the imaging for the region, then to license it out at no cost. So that'll be a pickup for us from a reserve standpoint, not having to do that $20,000 transfer. And then finally, so other variances are essentially external transfers. So no change in the overall levy here. The big change we see is there's been an increase in the Canada Community Building Fund, formerly federal gas tax contribution. So that'll be an increase of $76,000 coming in 2025. Typically per bylaw, we transfer that money back to the townships. Other payments or transfers happening in 2025, which have no change from 2024. There's still the $55,000 contribution to the University Hospitals Kingston Foundation, a $300 transfer to the Kingston Agricultural Fair, and $96,000 for rural transportation initiatives. And as well, we'll be maintaining the $22,000 transfer into our operating reserve for physician recruitment, and a $32,000 transfer back to stabilization reserve, which was to initially fund the contribution to rural transportation initiatives.
Gordon Smith.
Just a question, the food policy group. Was it missing from there or did I just miss it?
Good call. So any formal external requests per policy are not in the draft budget until they're voted in. So for food policy, that was a $2,500 request. That would be an additional 0.02% on levy. So when we get to the end of the presentations with, I can see you moving your hands, with tomorrow, we'll pull up the spreadsheet, move things in and out, but yeah, that'll essentially be a 0.02 on top of the 6.07 we're presenting if that was to be voted in.
Councillor Greenwood Spears.
Thank you for that great overview. I got a little confused. So when we're talking about the offload of nursing and that and the additional funding that came in, is that for a third nurse now? Because I believe we had 2 at this point last year. Or are we down to 1?
So they were having trouble staffing, but this now gives us 2 12-hour nurses, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So we have 24-hour offload nursing care now.
So last year we had 2 that were authorized, I thought, but they weren't able to fill them. How does that work that we monitor that we actually have that coverage all the way through? And is it a Monday to Friday type of thing? Or how is it working that, because 2 can't cover off 7 days a week for 24 hours?
Sorry, when I mean two people, I mean like 2 12-hour shifts every day, 7 days a week, and however KGH staffs that with their own staffing regulations.
So going back, knowing how much impact there is on the offload time for ambulances, how are we monitoring that we actually have that support and that is being flowed through? Because I'd heard before we hadn't.
Right, so that's reporting from KGH and also our operational superintendents.
So we should see a definite short time for turning around the ambulances now, correct?
I certainly hope so.
Okay, and my other question was regarding the waiving of the 2% capital reserves and that that you had suggested. But I believe our capital reserves are about 8.79%, and our target is 15%. I think we're up to 16 at one point. Do you think that's prudent, given our policy of making sure that we are ready? Because I understood there was a risk there that at some point we may not be able to meet all of our commitments and have to go to the free market and that for getting money.
So that was the 2% on the stabilization reserve. So yeah, at that point, we are below target. Really what the stabilization reserve is used for, though, is to stabilize the levy. So if you've got a high year, you could essentially buy that down a little bit. If you've got a low year, you can pick it back up. Without that transfer, looking at an 8.09% increase, or not making that transfer 6.09, essentially, if you had an 8% increase, that's probably a year you would potentially look to draw from it. So be putting the money into it to draw from it to buy it down. Given all the other challenges, it didn't feel like the right year to kind of throw in a little extra, whereas last year we had a negative status quo levy. It was the kind of time where you could put a little extra in that reserve and be prudent about it.
Other comments or questions, Councillor Saunders?
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Thanks, Alex. On the topic of reserves, will there be an opportunity to discuss the opportunity to lower the levy by moving some money in or out of reserves during this whole presentation?
Do you mind framing it? Sorry.
I'm concerned about the overall levy, and previous council have done a great job of building reserves. I'm wondering whether there'll be an opportunity during this debate, this discussion, to look at those reserves and maybe move some money out of those reserves to lower the levy.
Yeah, so yeah, we can look at that tomorrow when we're kind of looking at the number and get where we're at. As of right now, basically, if there's an expense that's eligible to be funded from reserves, it's been taken from reserves. You're probably looking at drawing from your stabilization reserve if you want to get that down further. The issue with that, if you're doing that to buy down operations, you're pushing that problem in 2026, because then you need to make up the gap that you funded down in 25 on top of whatever that 26 increase is going to be. But it's something we can take a look at later.
Warden Smith?
Just a quick, I guess, impression. Do you think we will end the year in a deficit or a surplus? We won't hold you to it.
Thank you. We're last we looked, we're tracking fairly close to budget right now. So hard to call if we're up or low. I don't see a big deficit or surplus either way.
Just want to make a couple comments too. Whatever happened to the city saying they would never support over 2% from any external board? They must have threw that out the window too, I take it. Because remember that we had that from the city a couple of times when we were talking about increases, and they said, sorry, we don't look at anything over 2%. So obviously they've had to eat that one. And police are actually saying the same thing now, but offloading at the hospital. So now they're going to come back, and that's why they're saying their increases are there, because they're sitting at the hospital. They can't offload either. So that's why our service level is down. So they're going to come back saying the same thing now. So we all know where their increases are going. So anyway, that's all I have for now, because other departments are going to go through it, and I'll save some of those comments for them. If there are no other quick comments for Alex, then we will move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
First up, we have the Manager of Legislative Services. Is that and Clerk Jeanette Amimi.
Thank you, everyone. So just as Kevin mentioned, when he first started out his presentation, council does need all of the relevant information in order to make informed decisions. So I just have a little bit of trivia to start out with you. Did you know that the municipal clerk is the oldest public servant that there is, along with the tax collector? So the office of the clerk started in 1272 AD in the history of the Corporation of Old London. In the 1500s, England had a town clerk, but also had a clerk controller of the King's Honorable Household. In 1603, there was a clerk of the General Army, and King Henry VIII had a clerk of the Spicery, and King Charles had his clerk of the Robes. So just a little bit of trivia. Also, clerks are actually peacekeepers. So St. Paul and his followers, when they were doing their missionary work in Old Persia, owed their safety to the actions of the town clerk. So the artisans of Ephesus were concerned because they created the idols at the time. So they created a mob that effectively took 2 of their trade workers, and it was the town clerk who intervened and said that, you know, they need to be processed in the proper way and through the proper channels.
I'm just glad you didn't say you were the first clerk.
So, well, thank you, Jo. And on that note, clerks actually have an additional duty that perhaps council was not aware of. In ancient Greek, they had a city secretary who read official documents publicly. And at the opening of meetings, one of their duties was to read a curse on anyone who should seek to deceive the people. So just keep that in mind, because I do have a project proposal later in the meeting, so just that I do have some additional powers. So just to look through some of our accomplishments from 2024, and again, these are the things that we said last year that we were going to do, and we're just reporting on them. So the big one there is the moving into the new council chamber, and that's actually moving into the new building as well. And we owe a great deal of debt and kudos to our IT department as well, because they're the ones that hooked all of this wonderful equipment up. Next, we carried out a current state assessment of our records management process. So council will recall in September that you did receive a report on that. And again, the big thing there was the staff interviews that we did. So again, there is a project proposal that will be coming forward regarding that. The next one was the onboarding of a new joint integrity commissioner. So we welcome Cunningham Swan now as our integrity commissioner. The next was our energy conservation and demand management plan. So we are legislated to update this every 5 years. In our 2019 plan, what we had was a 1% target for greenhouse gas reductions. And we were very pleased this year to see that we actually had a 23% reduction over those 5 years. So although this project typically falls under the clerk's office, we were very fortunate last year to have Tyler Lalonde with us, who was our climate intern, who really led that project. And then the last one there was we provided comments and recommendations stemming from the review of the design of public spaces standard, and that's under the AODA. And again, council did receive a report of this in September. And again, the big comments were making sure that the province recognizes that there's quite a difference between urban trails, which is what they seem to focus on, compared to rural trails. So just to some of our accomplishments under emergency management, we are set to meet our legislative requirements under the Act, and that includes carrying out our emergency exercise, our review of all of our emergency plans, policies, and procedures, as well as our hazard identification risk assessment and our critical infrastructure, which we have done. And then the last piece of that as well is carrying out public education. So we are required to 1 week out of the year do that. But Matt does a really great job of every 2 or 3 months shooting out emergency management things on our social media channels, whether it's, you know, advising the public of flood hazards that are coming up or other things such as that. Then the next thing that we did was we again focused on the continuity of operations for each department. So each department has those in place now, and so they will now be consolidated into an overall county continuity of operations. Next, we successfully maintained continuity of services through that solar eclipse. And although we did not get the mass crowds that we anticipated, it was a great opportunity for us to actually plan and prepare in a real world scenario. It allowed us to create great partnerships with the province as well as our co-partners. And then lastly, there we provided comments on the modernization of the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. And again, what we're seeing coming out of that potentially is more regional emergency management. We're still not sure where they're going to go with that. But again, our comments really are focused on what is the role of upper tier, because we don't deal with people and we don't deal with property. So just some of the accomplishments in terms of communication. Matt this year was able to carry out a lean project as a Yellow Belt trainee, and that was on the communications performance metric. So this basically explored and consolidated newly available communications related data sources for the purpose of informing some strategic decision-making processes. Next, he continued with the promotion of our key strategic initiatives. So that again is the Fairmount Home Education campaign that they do, the county campus redevelopment we saw of not only this building, but the paramedic base. Again, pushing that communal wastewater and water service initiatives that is continuing to grow. And then lastly, the Neighbors Serving Neighbors program. And then lastly, Matt does also sit on a number of external committees that he represents. So one is the Wolf Island Ferry Dock Communications Group. He also sits on the Frontenac, Lennox and Addington Ontario Health Teams Communication Group, the Queen's Community Partners Communication Group, and the City of Kingston Police Community Communications Group. So just looking at next year, again, we do have a project proposal coming forward to move us to an electronic records management system. So that will be spoken about a little bit more later. But also we have that midterm governance review. So council at its last meeting did establish that governance review committee, and it will be very busy next year. We're hoping to meet monthly. There's a number of policies and procedures that we do have that are extremely old. So now is the time to do it, now that you're halfway through your term. So just some of our key service levels. So in terms of meeting management, that is our key service level. So we do review and edit reports, as well as attend all committee meetings. So as of September 30th, we have supported 21 meetings of council and committee and reviewed 106 reports. And then another key service level is information and privacy. So we do process MFIPA and PHIPA requests, and we also submit our annual reporting to the IPC. So that annual reporting is threefold. It reports requests made to us both through MFIPA, PHIPA, as well as privacy breaching that we are required to do. And to date, we've looked after 6 requests, as well as spent a number of hours on a request that went to mediation and then adjudication back in 2022. So this just is a pictorial. Sorry, it gives council a little bit of an ability to see the public participation in the council process. So that orange line is the communications that you receive each week in your Friday packages, which are noted on a council agenda. And although many of these are coming from other municipalities, it really does give council a key chance and opportunity to see what other municipalities are doing. You can actually see that we're all in the same boat. We're all in this together, whether you're north, south, east, or west, we're all seeing the same issues. And those communications really give a good push on the province. I think we're seeing through AMO and through EOWC that it is time for a new deal for municipalities, because we just cannot handle the way the tax base is right now. And then the last one there is just deputations to council. So that really seems to be standing even year over year. So just one other one we want to look at is your live streaming. So the blue line basically shows that we're pretty much even throughout the last 4 years that we've been monitoring this, since we did start live streaming due to COVID. So it is staying pretty level. Do keep in mind that the numbers for 2024 are actually only until September the 1st. But those are looking at the average number. So on average, 82 people are watching your council meetings each month. The Accessibility Committee is seeing a little bit of an increase, and the Planning and Economic Development Advisory is seeing quite a large decrease. Sorry, Joe, not many people are watching your meetings. So the last one is a slide just to show digital engagement. And as we've mentioned to council before, we used to actually track our Facebook and social media likes. We don't do that any longer because it really doesn't give us any indication of any engagement that's happening. People can like your Facebook page, but then never come to it again. So engagement is when people are actually interacting with us. So they may like our posts, share our posts, make a comment, forward it, such as that. So you can see with this that this type of engagement, looking at this, spikes up and down, and typically those upward spikes are when there's something happening. So when there's events happening like the opening of the paramedic base or open farms, we see those spikes. So just some of our top, just some of our top posts that we did see. And again, you do see these monthly at your council meeting. But the top post, the first one there was when the Wolf Islander 3 was passing the Wolf Islander 4 when we saw the new electric ferry. The second one there is the International Stockport event that was in July. The third one there is the construction of our new paramedic base here on the county compound site. And then the last one there is the earliest of the Neighbors Saving Neighbors cohort. So again, on engagement, this is our engagefrontenac.ca platform, or what we have our bang the table with. It started in 2021, very late in 2021. So really we're seeing that year over year, those increases. And again, this is the platform where we can put projects on there where we're specifically looking for public input, public advice. Some of the projects that actually go up there are the budget each year so that the public can provide us with comments, ask questions, or see some of the items that we put up there for the budget. And then for risk analysis, and again, we always advise that news legislation and shift in provincial direction has that potential. It has the potential to provide external oversight. Some of the things, again, that we're seeing in the two pieces that we've provided comments on are the Emergency Management Civil Protection Act, as well as any changes that may come to the design of public spaces standard, have the potential to create increases on the county. We're also seeing, in addition, through advocacy work with AMCTO, that we are looking for amendments to MFIPA. It is a very old piece of legislation that does need updating, but through Bill 194, we're actually seeing the province looking at changes to FIPA, which is just the Provincial Freedom of Information. It's not recommending any amendments right now to MFIPA because they are expecting that the province will look at that piece of legislation separately. But again, if those same changes come, there's additional reporting requirements for all privacy breaches. Right now, we only have to report personal health privacy breaches. We don't have to report MFIPA privacy breaches, as well as having privacy impact assessments. And then, so just for initiatives in 2025, 2029, we're hoping to begin the implementation of that electronic document records management system. And that is it for the business plan. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Councillor Greenwood Spears.
Just a quick question that regarding the committees of council and that weren't really part of your presentation, but part of the business plan that it had still a listing of the Community Development Advisory Committee and separate the Planning Advisory Committee. I thought PDAC sort
Oh,
of came
sorry,
together.
I may not have changed that. It is the Planning and Economic Development Advisory Committee that they were folded into one committee.
This is it. And so the other thing that caught my attention was the Administrative Services Design Task Force is still there. And I think that's pretty well done and it's now going to governance.
Yes, so those committees that have met their mandate will be part of when we do the governance review committee. One of the things that they will be looking at is the procedural bylaw. So again, that procedural bylaw has a number of committees in it that no longer are required or no longer meet. And there may be additional ones that council feels they need to bring forward. So that will all be dealt with there.
Okay, and another piece, when I was reviewing your business plan, The employee complement for legislative services talks about 3 FTEs. But it also has the link to executive assistant / deputy clerk. And 60% of the time referred to that for support. So should it be 3.6 FTEs or?
So that's correct. So the executive assistant supports the CAO. It falls under the CAO and the Director of Corporate Services. But it also is the deputy clerk, and it also works with me in terms of all of our meeting management and records management. So yes, she does play a key role with our department, but technically I'm under the Director of Corporate Services as well. So we're all under the same director.
Okay. And one final question that regarding the emergency management program, that just because I feel like we're almost like the frog in the water. Is it considering what the scenario is, and that should we end up in a more global style conflict? In other words, borders closed, things of that nature, and that it seems like we're moving in that direction slowly, but when you look at emergency management planning, it looks like it's never been even considered in that. And I'm just wondering if there's been any discussion in that regard.
Sorry, I'm not sure I'm understanding what
Okay.
you're.
Well, in emergency management, would there be a scenario in that if there was a impediment to free transport of goods back and forth between Canada and the US at this point in time, as it
No.
has happened in the past?
No, so that does not fall under municipal emergency management. We would only deal with emergencies that happen in our own locality, that affect our own locality. When it's something like borders, I believe, fall under the federal government. So that would be perhaps one of their emergency management exercises. It wouldn't be one of ours.
Thank you.
My only comment is, I wasn't a big fan of live streaming, but I've noticed even our own councils and this council is you would never get this kind of engagement had you not went live streaming. I mean, I look at the people who are looking even at our council and I'm thinking, we've never had that number come to council, maybe Sunday hunting. But other than that, you never get that kind of a participation anymore. And so at least that's a good thing. People can hear, whether they agree with it or not is irrelevant, but at least they can hear what actually happened. And I think that's positive.
So, again, when we look at it in terms of the county, we are quite a vast region and not quite overly accessible when you have your meetings in the morning and people work. So it does provide everyone with an opportunity to either, sit with it at the side of their desk or watch it later on when they get home. But there is certainly interest there. Pardon? Yep, it's just through Zoom, so you can move the link however you want. So if sorry, Councillor Greenwood Spears, did you have another question?
Yeah, just regarding the strong communication, citizen engagement, I noticed there's a heavy increase, 10% increase in everything from the Twitter accounts and Facebook and Instagram. But it doesn't seem like we've been having any face-to-face or hard copy surveys and that. And I worry about our seniors or those that have low digital access and that, making sure that our communication moves forward. Because
Sorry, so you're thinking written communication as
written
opposed to?
communication and also presentation to communities for significant changes, including, for example, budget consultation.
So again, in terms of budget consultation, the public notice does go out that anybody is able to come to that September council meeting to provide input into the budget. And it's not necessarily just asking for money. Anybody can come and say, for example, we would like to see more of the county looking after this or that, or an increase in this. So that's what that September meeting is for. In terms of specific projects, such as what economic development does, I know that they're actually on the ground out there in those communities promoting that stuff as well. So there is ample opportunity. And a lot of times we do advertise in the paper if we feel the need for it. So just moving on to the budget project proposal, this is for that electronic document records management system. So just to give that little bit of background, last year, council did authorize us to carry out that current state assessment. And council did receive a report back in September regarding this current state assessment. So I'm not going to speak too much about this, but it did really give us a good eye opener on our gaps and weaknesses. Again, it was there to help us decide what type of electronic system we do want to go with. And a key piece there was those group interviews and surveys with staff. So some of the key findings, and again, it's a very busy slide, but I did want to include this information because you are able to refer back to that budget website as often as you need in order to, so that the information is all there. But the biggest thing there was the gap between what we do and what best practices are. It was identified that staff themselves have a very difficult time retrieving documents or finding the current version. For example, the way that we do council reports right now is the author of the report will finalize the report from what they need to do, put their initials on it, and then they'll send an email to their director. Their director will do what they need to do on the report, and then they'll save it with their initials on it. It then goes to the executive assistant for proofreading and accessibilization. They save it, put their initials on it, and it then goes to the CAO for finalization. So within that process, there's a number of opportunities for 2 documents to be in the folder instead of just the one final one. So again, it's that challenge of trying to figure out which is the correct document. Again, the lack of training and the lack of knowledge and continuity in information management. So some of the recommendations that came out of that, the first one, of course, was information management training. So we did have Nina Carter, who did also attend, provided that delegation at council. She has provided 1 in-person training session. 30 key staff did attend that session in person. It was on last month in September. We've also made arrangements in early December to have 2 virtual sessions rather than 1 full day. Just so that people are able to keep focused on it. And that will pick up anybody who was not able to attend that in-person session. Those virtual sessions will also be taped as well, so they will be used for anybody who was not able to attend either of those sessions. They'll also be used for onboarding and for future training. The next one there was the record retention policies and schedules. So again, this is a big part of our work plan for next year. It will also be a focus of the governance review committee as well, because some of these policies and schedules are through bylaw, so they will be approved by council. And then it recommended that we have a dedicated records management personnel. So we're not asking for an additional staff person, but what we have done at the county level is we're creating a records management team. And there will be representation from each of the departments on that team, likely the executive assistants, because they really are the gatekeepers of each department for records management. The big one, of course, was the information technology recommendations. So they're recommending that we leverage our 365 SharePoint Online. So SharePoint Online has the ability to provide document management, so it can identify current versions. It can actually lock content as well, so that it can't accidentally be deleted or changed without authorization. And it has the ability to send email links to people when it's their turn to sort of go into that document and make changes. It provides a record management system, so it identifies eligible records for disposal, and it automatically will delete records as well once they've met their retention. But that deletion will only be done once that final staff person authorizes it to do so. So it just doesn't delete as it feels necessary. The next one is reporting. So it provides automating reporting processes for us in terms of workflow. Again, it will create that example that I gave with the council agenda rather than everybody opening it, saving it as a new file with their initials. Once somebody's done with it and they sign off, an automatic email gets generated to the next person in line who needs to look at it. It provides security, so there's third-party audits and it meets industry-specific standards, and as well, it provides us with data sovereignty and storage. So just to look at some of our legislative compliance requirements, under MFIPA, we are required, and it's mandatory, the shall is there, that we destroy any personal information within a year once we have completed the use of what we've used it for. As well, under MFIPA, the IPC only allows so much time for search time. So if we have an MFIPA request, and I'm able to charge for search time. So if somebody is looking for X number of records, I am able to charge for that search time, but it does have to be reasonable. So if our records are not in order and it takes us 3 days to find a record that should have been found in 15 minutes, that's 3 days of wasted staff time because the IPC will not allow us to charge for that. It does have to be reasonable. And the other one as well under MFIPA is that we do have a duty to document, and this is stemming, of course, from the 2013 gas plant scandal with the Ministry of Energy. And what the IPC has found and is recommending again for changes to MFIPA is that municipalities and all levels of government have a duty to document all of the decision-making processes that we have, and we have a duty to protect the records that are in our possession and under our control. So this basically is a slide of where do we need help, and we need the help setting up the SharePoint Online. So it includes all of those things. And again, just a busy slide, but I'll just pop on to the next one in terms of what that help actually looks like. So in terms of project management, this will include all activities related to overseeing the delivery of the project. So that includes planning, planning schedules, task management, status update meetings. So this ensures that the project's going to move forward. It's not sitting on the side of someone's desk. In terms of this current state review of our information technology, so similar to how we did that current state of our actual records, this is going to look at our Microsoft 365 tenant configurations to determine if they are in line with best practices and ensure that there's nothing that would prevent us from fully implementing this electronic records management system. The next is solution documentation. So in essence, this is the blueprint of what our SharePoint Online will look like. It's a detailed design document that would help or be used by our IT department to understand the system and how it's been configured. And then the next one is information architecture, and this is just for one business unit. So again, this is a project, pilot project that we're looking at. So this is a document that outlines how the site and the libraries and all the metadata and security will be set up for that one specific department. The next is that EDRMS configuration and testing. So this involves building the site, the libraries, just for that test pilot project department. So it includes access and who has access to what folders and collection of metadata. So this is key to streamlining our business processes for end users by integrating with what other systems that we're using, such as our T drive, so it can pull things automatically from there. The next one is content cleanup and content reorganization workshop. So this is a specific workshop for that pilot project department to review and to teach them how they're going to clean up their existing files. And then
I have a question. When you say one department, are you saying Fairmount Home? Or what are you gonna ask, not ask, but I'm just saying, is it gonna cost 25 to 30,000 for every department that the county deals with, or?
so it really looks at like records and the size of the department. So likely Fairmount Home and Paramedic Services will go as maybe tacked on to some other department, because in their specific field, they're not great users of TOMRIMS. A lot of their documentation is in different things like, I'm not sure what, but they don't really use the network drive for creating documents. All of their medical files and everything are saved in different programs. So for what they would actually use it for, they just have key staff that would be getting trained on this. In terms of planning and economic development, they would be one full department. Corporate services, because of the size, is likely going to be split up into 2 or 3. So what they look at is like services, because they wouldn't, for example, want finance sitting with IT that use two totally different types of files, because then they're just getting information that half the time is not relevant to them. But I will be getting to that.
Have to use your mic.
Sorry, the other part of the question was, is it 25 to 30,000 for each department?
So I'm just going to get to that. Sorry if you can let me get to the end.
Sorry.
So this also includes the migration of up to 75,000 documents. And again, this is for that specific department or whatever we choose to be. So that migration basically is coming from, we're moving them from TomRIMS, which is again, what I've told council is a depository for records, into Microsoft SharePoint. And then there's a system administrator training. So this is going to train our IT staff on how to support the system once it's all fully up and finished. Then there's business user training. And again, this is going to just provide training to that specific department on, once they're all set up, how they continue to use the system, and any new documents being created, how they get up to there. And then lastly is the records manager training. So this is, of course, the legislative services, myself and Brianna, who will be trained on how to incorporate all of this into our records management system. So that's what we're asking for this year, is just that pilot project, which we're anticipating to be about $25,000 to $30,000. So what we're suggesting to council, because looking at this in terms of the departments, we're looking at between $120,000 and $150,000. And we are suggesting that this be phased in over 5 years at $30,000 a year. So this year, we're just looking for that $30,000. Did that answer the question that the warden and deputy warden had?
So it does. However, when you look at the total number, if you approve the 30,000 this year, are you also committing to phasing in the whole project, or are you going to look at different avenues, or could some of it be done in-house once you have the initial program started, or some of these things? Because we commit to the 30,000 and then we say, oh, well, forget about the rest of it. It's kind of redundant to start.
So staff, so there's two aspects to this. There's the knowledge base of being able to do it, which, you know, the training could very well show that. But the other one is the capacity base. So again, we go back to that initial project, pilot project, and it would take a consultant likely 6 to 8 weeks to do that. When it sits on the side of someone's desk and having the capacity to do this, we just don't know. So we didn't want to promise that to council. We can certainly, you know, as we're moving forward, we're going to do as much as we can on our own. And potentially maybe the cost could come down, but we do not want to promise that to council, because again, when it sits on the side of somebody's desk, it takes so much longer to do.
Which is my fear of committing 30,000 to start. And then if for argument's sake, next year, the budget's even worse or whatever. And then you say, okay, well, now we've committed, we should commit to finishing this. So by starting it, are we committing to finishing it? That's, I guess, just a thought. Agreement, Spears, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. And I think it's a good step forward in that, but a couple of things crossed my mind was, is there any increase in licensing fees related to this that we'd be looking at as well? And that, or is it just structural getting set up by the consultant and phasing it in over the years? And that, I'm just wondering about any provincial or federal grants for updating the digital record keeping, that, because I'm pretty sure that comes in under infrastructure in different phases along the way, and whether or not we may have missed any grants, or if there's anything that we can push for in the future and that to help with this, because certainly we need to get better at our record keeping as we grow forward.
So in terms of the first piece of the question regarding any additional licensing fee, and Mr. Millard is here to assist if needed, but it does require a very specific E5 license we have a business license for 365, so it requires an E5 license. It's not an onerous fee. I think it's $25 or something a year per user. But every user does not need that. So you may only have 2 or 3 key staff that require that additional license. So it's very nominal, the licensing fee. In terms of grants, I know just from speaking with our EOWC clerks group, many of them have implemented this through the use of their municipal modernization funding, which was a permitted use of that. Other grants in terms of capital projects, I'm going to, they did say they'd support me in this, so I'm just gonna throw Alex under the bus and ask him to answer that one.
Thank you, Jeanette. So the real one that this would fit under that I saw was the municipal modernization fund. So there was 3 intakes of that. They've advised that they won't be continuing with it. And there's nothing that's really stepped in its place that would be a great fit for it. So if it were to come up again, this would be a great project for it. But as of right now, it's been at least 2 budget years. They haven't brought it back. I wouldn't be overly optimistic they'll roll that one forward.
Okay, the municipal modernization fund, did that come from finance department or which branch of the government? Because I'm just thinking maybe this is something worthwhile to lobby.
Don't hold me to that. I believe it was municipal affairs, MMH.
So I'm not gonna try to do like other years where we say, are we gonna park this or we're gonna leave it? We're gonna vote on it now. We'll get all the information and tomorrow they'll have the slide up that says what can go in, what can go out, or what you want to leave or not. That way we just don't crush anybody's hopes right now.
So, and I'll just remind council tomorrow about my cursing duties as well, just.
Thank you, Jeanette. So now on the schedule here that has been presented, it says a break at 10:30. And the next one up is Frontenac Paramedic. Should we just take does anybody want to take the break now or you just want to keep going? Okay, so the warden says take a 15-minute break now. I know. Okay, we will take 15 minutes. if we are live, then we are going to come back from the break and we are starting off with the next presentation, which will be Frontenac Paramedic Services with Chief Mark Gowdy presenting. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Warden and Council. I will take you through our business plan as well as our project proposals this morning. There we go. I have control now. So just a broad overview of Frontenac Paramedics. We do serve an area of approximately 4,000 square kilometers with a population of 174,000 people. We deploy from 8 stations, we deploy from 8 stations and have 13 ambulances at peak with 98 full-time paramedics in operations. We respond to approximately 31,000 emergency calls, and that's a 2023 statistic, with approximately 89% of those being within the city of Kingston and 48% of those calls for people over the age of 65. We also have a community paramedic program, which is fully funded through the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care with 6 full-time community paramedics. And we have approximately 500 active patients, and we've seen approximately 953 patients over the past number of years with this community paramedic funding. Some of our accomplishments in 2024. We were able to open the Battersea Road Station here on the campus, as well implement a new 12-hour paramedic resource and operational superintendent. We onboarded 19 new paramedics. We completed our ORH study, as well as we've had ongoing support of council with Neighbors Saving Neighbors, and continue with that project to the end of next year, pending more funding. We've implemented specialty teams like the education team, and the bike team is shortly coming as well. We continue to participate in various paramedic research, and we are almost complete our AIV, our autonomous IV training program for primary care paramedics. So some of our business plan changes. So you'll see shortly a business proposal for a paramedic resource. So that's coming on the heels of the ORH study, as well as our unit hour utilization. Our response time standards continue to go up. We'll also be looking to add a superintendent of performance standards of training to our leadership team, as well as looking at new stations. So investigating co-locations with Kingston Fire and Rescue at Demers and Taylor Kidd and Railway Street further on in the business planning cycle, as well as consideration for a paramedic headquarters. So some of our challenges and our risks in 2025 to 2029. Paramedic facilities is one of them. We need additional paramedic stations, as well as administration and training facilities to keep pace with our service growth. The separation of paramedic administration departments along with operations and logistics propose new challenges. As you're well aware, our new headquarters was not able to have the addition of a training space. And some of our buildings are in need of quite a bit of repair or replacement. Continuing on, vehicle shortages is a problem that continues to plague the paramedic service as well as the province. Delivery of new or remounted vehicles is still quite delayed. That increases the maintenance requirements on older vehicles, and that's also increased the amount of maintenance they require due to their age. And the cost of new and remount vehicles has substantially increased since years past, and increase of down payment has also increased. Some cautions to make council aware of. Our call volumes continue to increase. They have leveled out so far in 2024 compared to 2023, but ORH is predicting an ongoing annual increase of 3.6 to 3.9% year over year. So this high call volume obviously has an impact on our unit hour utilization, our response times, shift overruns, premiums, both meal and shift overruns, as well as paramedic well-being and morale overall. We will continue to need to add to our staffing. So as you, council's been aware, staffing has been a challenge over the last number of years. It is improving slowly. Like I said earlier, we were able to recruit 19 new paramedics, and we'll continue with ongoing recruitment and training of new paramedics to meet our demands. Offload delay does continue to be a challenge. It's similar to 2022 levels, which are quite high, especially for us that we've in the Kingston area have for a long time, we were able to avoid significant offload delays. So this is a patient flow problem at KGH. They're, tight on space, resources as well. Since this slide was written, we have been able to add the extra 12 hours of offload nursing. So KGH has been able to better staff that, and that begins on November 4th. With offload delay, that does cause a problem with our response times, our increasing UHU, and shift overruns and meal breaks. Some advisements, as discussed at our last council meeting, we will be switching to a new dispatching system, MPDS. That will bring a benefit to dispatching paramedic crews as they'll be better able to triage calls. There's more flexibility to lower acuity calls. And we'll need to update our response time standard, which we did at last council, and need for further public education with this change in dispatching system. And finally, community paramedic funding. It is not permanent funding as of yet, and we have a commitment from the government to the end of fiscal of 2026. So two project proposals that I will take you through shortly. One being a paramedic resource and the other being a superintendent of performance standards, specifically training. So some of the initiatives that we're going to have to look at 2026 to 2029 are additional stations, specifically Demers and Taylor Kidd. So this will provide improved coverage and response times for the city of Kingston, as well as increasing our ability to store ambulances inside, which is a Ministry of Health requirement. Additionally, we'll be continuing to look to add paramedic resources, both paramedics and ambulances, to meet the growing demand. And this is well illustrated in the EOWC report as well as the ORH recommendations. And this is to improve our response times and maintain or improve our UHU. As the service grows, we'll need a corresponding increase in administrative staffing, including superintendents, logistics, and scheduling, just to keep up with demands of every growing service. We'll be looking at increasing paramedic training hours further out in our 5-year plan. The paramedic field is changing rapidly. There's lots of things that paramedics could be doing to meet best practice standards, which will require further training and help address the overall health system crisis. We will be looking at paramedic base maintenance and other new base considerations. Given some of our bases are in need of repair, that has been pushed off until we had decisions on how we're going to move forward, particularly with the central book-on decisions. And then we'll probably the furthest thing out is looking for new paramedic and headquarters and training facility further out. And that'll be at Railway approximately 2027, 2028, and that'll be a co-location with Kingston Fire to help further address our space and growing demands needs. That's the end of my business presentation, and if there's no questions, I'll move into project proposals.
Greenwood Spears.
Thank you. I was wondering, under the community paramedics program, which is fully funded by the province, do one or two paramedics arrive to the patient's place for that program? And the second part of that is, do you have any contingency plans should the province A, cancel it, or slash B, try to download it
Mhm.
to the original group?
Yeah, well, both great questions. So no, our community paramedics are in an SUV. They go to calls by themselves. And there are no contingencies if the province decides to not fund this or try and download it.
Okay, so they're in SUV. Is that being funded by the province as well?
Correct, yes, 100%.
Okay, so. All right, another question I had regarding the standards. I know we discussed it at council meeting and approved it last meeting regarding going up to 4 hours for CTAS 5 and 2 hours for CTAS 4. And that CTAS 5 includes those that have attempted suicide or planning or ideation of suicide, which seems like a very serious aspect.
So I mean, there's nuances within certainly the triage systems. And I would say really those times are for when the system is under pressure. So when there are high call volumes, it's possible to delay calls of a lower acuity until such time we have a resource to send. But otherwise, if we have resources to send, they're not arbitrarily being delayed that long.
Okay, so the introduction of the new prioritization that's going to occur in February of 2025, are we introducing it as like a test pilot for half the service, or are we going full on in? And if so, do we have a good quality assurance to make sure that it's actually meeting the needs? Because something like that could easily drop to a 4-hour response time.
Yeah, good question. So this is really a provincially driven initiative. So it's been rolling out across the province, and in February, that's when our Kingston Dispatch Center is slated to go live with MPDS. This is a system that's used across the world, so has had a lot of quality checks throughout the years, and there is a quality process that involves the medical director for the MPDS that will review any of these calls that potentially would be flagged, like your example, if that does cause an issue.
Councillor Saunders.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Thank you, Chief. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. I was thinking about something else. My apologies. Every time we bring up paramedics, we talk about offload delays at the hospital. You mentioned that KGH is now going to take a step in that direction. Is there any chance to take a bit of a pause in our plans to evaluate what that offload improvement would be before we make any major, I guess, direction decisions or financial decisions?
I would say the answer would be no. I think our call volume, our pressures on the hospital, and the offload delay, like the offload delay nurse is certainly going to help, but it's not going to address the speed and rapid growth in call volume as well as patient volumes being seen at KGH.
Warden Smith.
Just a question, and you maybe can't answer this, but with the new call system, will our first responders be called out more than they are right now? Because often they will get the people who aren't as sick, aren't in those higher codes.
Great question. It's hard to say. However, as we go through building the matrix that goes into that dispatching system, there was an excess of 2,000 call types and matrices that we had to go through and assign them, and then assign what additional resources may be required. So I don't think it's as cut and dry as our current tiered response agreements, in that if you're delayed by X number of minutes, then that would trigger a response of either our volunteer fire or police. It's more nuanced than that. So I would say, hopefully, fingers crossed, that this would actually decrease the amount of times that are partners are sent to medical calls, especially those lower acuity ones. The higher acuity ones, they'll still be paged to because that's like they make a significant impact on those.
And we'll certainly be letting you know if it increases.
Couple of comments and most of them have been taken. But I would think the new dispatch system, if you want municipalities to buy in for funding increases all because of volumes for paramedics, you need to decrease it on our end for volunteer fire. Cause I get all the calls and I don't want to say it's ridiculous because I'm not laying there. But the calls that fire are getting are, I mean, everything from, I've got a stomach cramp and the ambulance is 15 minutes.
Yes.
So our fire department is running all the time. So if we could save money on one end, of course, it would be more palatable to support obviously what we need to support,
Mhm.
but that's very difficult. And hopefully the dispatch system can separate those.
Yes, and I believe it will. So right now, our current dispatching system does not do a great job in delineating high acuity versus low acuity because there's triggers that put it to a code 4, which is a lights and sirens response. I really think this new dispatching system is better nuanced to really only target a high acuity response with lights and sirens and allied agencies based on the information that they're able to get, and those lower acuity calls, which do make up more of the bulk of those calls where your firefighters are going and not providing an intervention that's life-saving. I think it will drastically decrease those calls.
The only other comment I make is on the paramedicine home funding or whatever that title is. If the funding gets cut, it's gonna lay on the plate right here, just like when South Frontenac Fire started doing medical calls. Can't take it away. Or else we would have by now. Counselor Lichty.
So the response is gonna be based on what the caller tells the dispatcher, right?
Correct.
So if you know the system, you can game it to a point. Quite frankly, is there something in place that's like,
That is a possibility, but I think that would make up a relatively insignificant portion of calls we receive.
okay,
Counselor Fowler.
Yes, if a patient wants to go to the hospital, you have to take them.
Under our current model, that is mostly what happens. But as we see paramedicine evolving, which it's
Wrong button, sorry.
maybe that's what the third button was. It was to quiet the chief. Sorry, where was I? Right, yes, thank you, sorry. So yes, the vast majority of our patients do end up going to the hospital in our current system, but as I'll address in a couple of project proposals here, our paramedic system is rapidly changing, and the ability to treat and refer, treat and discharge, or treat and provide an alternate destination are things that the Ministry of Health is really emphasizing and that we ought to be adopting, both to take the load off the hospital and provide the right patient care at the right time to the right patients.
I'm just concerned if, can the paramedic determine whether or not the person needs to go to the hospital, but if the person wants, he has to take them anyway?
Under the current system, yes. And I think for the paramedics determining who should and shouldn't go to the hospital, I think that is one of the reasons we need more paramedic education. That is going to be in one of my next project proposals here.
Counselor Greenwood Spears.
Okay, the delay still in the remount vehicles especially. When was the last time we've been in contact with this, the supplier that we had anticipated? Because I know when this came before us 2 years ago, there was a lack of information as to who even does the remounts, because there are several companies, including one in Quebec. So if we're having a long delayed problem, that maybe we should be looking at another supplier.
Yeah, the two places we're able to get that done are actually have amalgamated, so that problem hasn't gone away. the ministry is looking at certifying other builders of ambulances, and we just recently received an invite to go and have a look at one of those next month, I believe. But I don't think that's gonna completely solve the challenge. But the ministry is well aware of that, and they're working on it as well.
Okay. Eric. Counselor Lichty?
So while we're on that, how many times can a box be reused?
I believe it's just once.
Just once? And it looks like it's about $200,000 or $190,000 to do a remount.
To be honest, I would maybe defer to Alex on that one.
Yeah, that's correct. It'd be somewhere in that ballpark.
And a new one is 250?
Yes. New, right now, these are ballpark, I don't have the quote in front of me. Ballpark, 250 would be a brand new ambulance. The remount, I believe, is somewhere in the 190 to 200 range.
So it's 245 in the actual document. So 245 gives you the ambulance plus a brand new back end. Okay. And if you want to reuse it, you get a new ambulance plus the box is 193,000. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Eric? Oh, Judy, come on.
Well, I'm pretty decent with numbers, and that seems like a very low number compared to what we were told 2 years ago. I think it was closer to the $780,000 mark. They're looking for brand new ambulances coming in. It was a lot higher than that. So maybe the finance person, if you're confident in that, that's great news. And that I just recall a different number.
Yeah, through you, Deborah. I'm confident it was never 780 for a brand new ambulance. That sounds more like a full crew, potentially. But yeah, the ambulances have gone from roughly 140, maybe 8 years ago, up to around 240, and the remounts have gone from roughly 90,000 to about 190,000.
So realistically, there's no point buying a remount. Go ahead.
As long as that's reflected clearly in the minutes.
For 50 grand, what are you buying? Little bit of time?
How long does the ambulance last? Sorry.
We usually replace them every 6 years. Yeah.
So that box lasts 6 years. So you're, for $50,000, you're delaying and the new one 6 years. So at the end of the day, it's probably economically be reasonable.
Certainly, when we started that program, there was a significant difference. I think that has substantially narrowed in recent years.
And yeah, that's fair. So the cost of the remount has narrowed, whereas once probably close to $100,000 gap, it's now a $50,000 to $60,000 gap. Over the course of a fleet, though, of 18 vehicles, that $50,000 is a noticeable difference, though, in terms of what we'd have to reserve for by having a remount program as opposed to buying everything new.
Which I wouldn't argue, because you would have to look at specifics. But if you have a 6-year-old motor and you have 6-year-old ambulance that's at 300,000 kilometers on it, you know what the next thing is gonna go? It's not the box. It's gonna be a transmission, it's gonna be a motor, it's gonna be something, and you've just invested in the box. And maybe you can take it off and put it on the one that's running. But that's a different argument. Go ahead.
Isn't the remount that they're changing the undercarriage? So you're getting the new transmission and everything else by doing the remount of the box.
Yeah, so the idea would be it's the chassis. So you say the box gets you 10 to 12 years, the chassis gets you 5 to 6. You're basically just prolonging the life. Instead of throwing away the box, it still has some tread in the tire, so to speak. You're
So
using
the
that
terminology is a remount of the chassis.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so my first budget project proposal for you would be an enhanced paramedic resource. So I'm looking for council approval to increase paramedic resource by adding a 12-hour, 7-day-a-week enhancement in 2025. So some background, So Frontenac Paramedics has seen an increase in call volume, increasing unit hour utilization, along with a deterioration of our response times. So this increase in call volume is being driven by both an increase in population growth as well as an aging population, and there's a correlation between population age as well as calls for service. We also completed 2 paramedic resource studies, one with Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus and the other with Operational Research in Health. That's the ORH report that we regularly refer to. So this is our increase in call volume over a number of years. And again, the ORH study predicts an increase in call volume of 3.4 to 3.9% increase year over year for the next 10 years. And just as a reminder, unit hour utilization is inversely correlated to the availability of the next responding ambulance. So as UHU increases, the availability of having a paramedic resource able to respond to the next call decreases. Our UHU here is, sitting a little below 0.5. When we take into account the City of Kingston bases, which account again for 89% of our calls, it's sitting closer to 0.55 in 2023. So here's a picture of our response times. As you can see, overall, our response times have been deteriorating over the years. So again, we keep referring back to the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus study, and that was done in 2023, and the Operational Research in Health, the ORH study in 2024. So side by side, that is their recommendations moving forward. So in 2025, the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus advised to add 1 to 2 12-hour, 7-day-a-week resources, and ORH recommended the addition of 1 12-hour, 7-day-a-week resource.
Councillor Lichty?
Just for clarity, when we talk about one resource, is that one individual or is that a team or a crew or what?
So that's a fully staffed ambulance. So that's 2 paramedics in a vehicle, yes.
Thank you.
So continuing on, this.
Hold
this
on, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Saunders.
Thank you, Warden. As you're aware, when council decided not to fund a paramedic station on Wolf Island in our last go-around, township staff and council, quite frankly, are looking for various ways to improve access to health and emergency care on the island. Would this additional unit, I guess, provide any additional service to the island?
Not at this time. I think that the highest call demands are still within the City of Kingston in order to get that call volume managed. I think for the short term, at very least, that additional resource is probably best placed within the city.
Councillor Spears, Remus Spears.
Just for clarity of that, I'm looking at the 10-year plan that you have in your business plan, where over the course of 10 years, there is absolutely no improvement in the Wolf Island situation indicated. It has everything from the increases. It's on page 5 of your business plan. And part of the policy and principles of the county was to maintain services, and maintenance of services have been anything but for Wolf Island in the past 5 years. And it just culminated with the elimination of it last year and that, but before that, it was 6 days of service, before that, 22 days of service, et cetera. So we're not even meeting our policy of maintaining the services, but in 10 years, it's still not being planned for under the paramedic plan, correct?
That is correct, yes. I mean, we are following the direction of council from when that resource was reallocated. And the ORH does address some of the Wolf Island issue, particularly that it accounts for a very small percent of calls.
the waiting of the time with the ferry access should be an additional weight that was put into the response time, because we will never be able to hit our response times as long as Wolf Island is kept out and you don't recognize that it's an hour and a half to 2 hours before we get an ambulance on site.
Pardon? Yeah. Counselor Lichty?
What about Howe Island? We never hear. Is that gonna be another issue?
They're not sick over there.
Well, I live essentially in the boondocks. And literally for an ambulance, if an ambulance is stationed at Robertsville, it's 10 to 12 minutes, and that's really good. But if it's not, like the last one came out of Sydenham, and it was 2.5 hours because they were that busy. And they actually called to say, it's on the way, do you still want it? But I mean, you know, it's a problem everywhere, so I can understand what we're talking about, but all I hear is Wolf Island, but if we do that, then what happens to Howe Island? There's not a problem with Howe Island?
Well, perhaps I could answer. First of all, we're serviced by 2 ferries, much shorter distance time. And also it's quite common for ambulance calls to come out of Leeds Granville coming out of Gananoque and using the small ferry. So we've talked with our fire chief, and he's satisfied that we get reasonable service. If that's, don't quote me on that, but he doesn't see it as being a big alarming issue.
Let's just say that the chief of paramedic services is saying, I would assume he would say to council, he's asking for a 12-hour shift for every year of the next 5 years. If that doesn't increase the service level for everybody in Frontenac County, period, then there's a problem. Then I don't want to fund it either. So let's get off of this, move forward. We're asking for a shift, 12-hour shift for every year for the next 5 years. And everybody can say I was left behind, and you can say you were left behind. Everybody's left behind. If this doesn't improve service calls, which our chief did say it leveled out, but even if it doesn't, it goes to 3 or 4%, whatever it is. If this doesn't increase the service level for everybody in Frontenac County, and you can say, oh no, we still have a ferry. We were told the ferry's going to be monitored by the Ministry of Transportation, and he will tell us if there's anybody left behind, which he said has not happened. And you can argue it, but you're not gonna. Carry on. No. Go ahead, please, chief.
So this does match our legislative requirements with the Ambulance Act, as well as the Land Ambulance Certification Standard, as well as response time standards. This additionally contributes to council's policy direction to strengthen quality of life through enhanced service delivery, specifically focusing on Frontenac paramedics, as well as Frontenac paramedics strategic plan to improve high quality patient care, promote staff unity, wellness, opportunity, and effective operations and continued leadership. So the financial implications of this project proposal: for a full year, salary benefits, we're looking at $798,000, which the county portion would be $162,000 for a full year. I seem to have different numbers on there.
I don't think a grand will make much difference. Did you say 142 or one? Councilor Lichty.
So, well, this isn't gonna happen on January 1. It's gonna be phased in throughout the year. So it'll take time to hire, take time to order the vehicles and everything else, right?
My intention would be to start it as early in the new year as possible. We do have vehicles available, and we have a cadre of part-time staff that would be able to move into full-time positions.
So that 142,000 is gonna hit January. It isn't gonna hit throughout the year like May, June, July, August.
No, and I think Alex can probably speak to that based on how that funding with the province and those agreements works a little better.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe I'll take a quick step back. So and I apologize, the number on that slide is off. So the total cost is $798,547 for the 2025. That does assume a January 1st start. The portion of which that would hit the levy would be $162,041. For this project proposal, it would be to staff a 12-hour rotation, so 2 paramedics to staff that for 12 hours a week. That's 4 full-time staff. The vehicle is outside of this cost. So for the vehicle, and this was maybe highlighted in the budget book, a little more detail. Based on the 0.65% growth levy we had phased in the previous year, there's sufficient remaining in that to essentially fund the county's portion of that vehicle. So this one specifically is just to add the 12-hour position as of Jan 1, 2025.
So when you say 140, whatever that number is, that's just the county, the rest of it's covered from the province?
So the 162 would be our portion. That's based on weighted assessment with the city of Kingston.
So they're included in that number or they're not then?
They would cover the remainder of it in the first year. In the second year, based on how the land ambulance service grant works, at that point, the province then covers 50% of that position. But in year one, any new position is fully absorbed by the municipal sector.
Okay.
The difference in the slides was just to illustrate Jeanette's point of multiple documents.
I don't think I need to curse.
The CAO doesn't want to say anything, but he does want me to say it, I guess. I mean, the county did pay good money for the report for paramedics and to say where we were going and what we should be doing. So it's pretty hard for us as a layperson to say, well, that doesn't mean anything and we'll cut it out, but we still have to be fiscally responsible. If there are no other questions then, Councillor Green Spears.
Sorry, in the slide deck, there was a financial evaluation for the cost of the project and that for the superintendent. And that, have we gotten to that point yet, or is
I'm
that the
about to
next
do
one?
that now.
There you go. Thank you.
So it looks like I can't actually read what's on the screen there, but it looks like it's having trouble loading the covering page. So that would be the covering page to this project proposal. So, I just flipped it as it was coming here. All right, so the next project proposal is to hire a full-time superintendent of performance standards, specifically training, and this position will focus on developing, evaluating, and delivering the training requirements needed within Frontenac paramedics. So, again, these are old slides. So we do have one superintendent of performance standards that specifically looks at quality assurance and training currently. We have another one of community paramedicine that's fully funded by the Ministry of Health, and a community paramedicine education coordinator, again, fully funded by the Ministry of Long-Term Care. So we do have a rapidly changing and evolving scope of practice within paramedicine. The pace at which paramedic practice is changing is increasing. The scope of practice of paramedics is increasing. There's more medical directives and changing protocols. And to answer a question received earlier, we do see a lot of opportunity to increase both patient care and paramedic practice and help address some of the healthcare challenges faced by hospitals across Ontario, but specifically KGH, in paramedics' ability to treat and refer, treat and discharge, or treat in alternate destinations. We do have ongoing training requirements, both legislative and professional development for changes in our own service. We have paramedic enhancements such as primary care paramedic, autonomous IV training, as well as new equipment, and the complexity of such equipment is changing and requires more training. Some of the training demands are onboarding and orienting new paramedics. We have ongoing health and safety training that needs to be addressed, as well as allied agency training. So we do get requests from allied services like some of the fire departments, both within the city of Kingston and within the counties of Frontenac, to do training with their fire departments, and really for the paramedics to practice to their full scope of practice and provide the best practice available requires more training than what they currently have. So creating this new position will also allow some more capacity for focus on quality. So our superintendent of quality will be able to address those capacities, deliver on quality improvement projects, legislative requirements that are also increasing and becoming more burdensome, as well as address patient safety issues and needs, and also proactively address patient safety needs and further develop quality programs. So this is in line with council and policy directions, as well as Frontenac Paramedic strategic plans. And some of the risks, sorry, there's a missing slide on this one, but some of the risks of not having the superintendent of training, we won't be able to keep pace with changes in paramedic practice. We will not be able to provide care to the best practice standards that are available. Again, we'll need help to address issues in healthcare delivery and be able to treat and release, treat and refer, and treat in alternate destinations. There is a risk to missing legislative requirements, both on quality issues and training issues. There will be minimal ability to address advanced quality programs. So one of those examples is a prolonged clinical feedback and follow-up, and neither quality or education functions would be adequately addressed. So the financial evaluation on this. Again, this is an old slide, so the new cost of the project is $197,000. That's salary and benefits. And then the funding source again would be broken down between, the first year would be the County of Frontenac and the City of Kingston, and then the province will pick up after that.
Questions? Councillor Greenwood Spears.
I appreciate that you already have someone in charge of quality standards, and that's Shauna Dunn.
Now it is, yes, it is correct.
Okay. So what I wondered around this was whether or not you explored any public-private partnerships with St. Lawrence College, and that to do the updates rather than have another full-time brought in, and instead arrange for professional development days and that, because certainly they'd be teaching to those standards already. And it's a local resource that we have.
So there's a couple of things with that. So the paramedic program through St. Lawrence College is actually run out of Cornwall. So it's not as local. And the paramedic program itself is going through a very drastic change. So the province is wrestling with making that a 3-year college diploma or moving directly to a 4-year undergraduate degree. So with those changes, there's limited capacity also at the college to do that. And having some experience working at the college, I don't think they would be able to deliver the training that we require cheaper than what we can do it internally.
Councillor Saunders.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Chief, my earlier comment was about the township staff looking for ways to address or improve immediate response to medical situations. Our fire chiefs continually report that the majority of calls they have, I can't remember the exact number, are medical assist. With this program, if we were able to put something in place where we increase the skill level of the first responders on the island, would this program pay for or have some money available to cover that training?
Certainly, this would allow us to have the capacity to further develop those joint trainings with our allied resources such as fire. Yes.
I'm going to make a comment. Oh, do you want to make a comment? Go ahead.
And we have been having those conversations, Counselor Saunders, with township staff as well around exploring other options on Wolf Island around Wolf and Howe Island around providing training and all that. So we actually recently met with your CAO to discuss these type of things. So
I have a question. I know you're not going to answer it. What's more important, the 12-hour shift or the superintendent of performance standards? And you made a comment that if we want to be to the highest standard level of service, well, I think Fairmount would like to say that. I think the county of Frontenac would like to say that. I think our fire department would like to say that. But when you mention to the highest standard of level, that means it's the gold standard, which means that's the gold cost. So if I have to look at one of the two, which one's going to be more effective to me as a citizen? It would be the 12-hour shift. So if I have to pick and choose when we're going to look at some of these programs, that's just a comment on that. Councillor Green-Spears.
Just since there's been reference back to the assessments that were done of the other paramedic services in the area, and that it stays with me that we had, and it's documented here, in that for superintendent of operations, 7 full-time, 5 part-time, and then these additional, and we are the highest heavily loaded at the top for superintendents, and that was quite clear in the assessments that were done. And in response to any additional training for our fire and emergency first responders, they still can't move a patient unless directed by dispatch. Is there any opportunity to get a standing order that if they are able to move these medical patients on Wolf Island, that they start moving them towards the boat? And that if we supply a vehicle that has oxygen, et cetera, and that, because you're not really training our firefighters to start IVs and things of that nature. They haven't got the equipment or setup for it. But standing there for an hour and a half with somebody having a stroke is not a good mindset for any of our volunteers, and they are volunteers. And we have to look at the PTSD that they suffered from being left in a role that is not well supported.
So maybe to start with addressing your first question there about our superintendents, we did review the EOWC report and looked at it through all the other services. So for us, they counted all of our superintendents and put them under operations. And looking at the other paramedic services, I'm not sure if all those numbers are perfectly reflective and comparable, like apples to apples. So for comparison, most services do have 2 people looking after both quality and training in like services. As for your next question about being able to transport patients, that's well beyond my decision-making. That's directed by the province and the legislation behind the Ambulance Act.
But dispatch can direct that the patient be moved and transported, because we've had to do that when we had no service at all except by Coast Guard. So it is a dispatch call as to whether or not they can be moved by the first responders, I understand.
I don't know the exact nuances in those circumstances. Certainly when there's an inability for paramedics to get to a patient, specifically, you know, with the Coast Guard or search and rescue out of Trenton or Orange, they would have different legislative requirements for moving patients.
Question on that note then. We've had several in South Frontenac where there've been water rescue. I assume we're moving them to the mainland.
Yes, and those are exact circumstances in which, you know, they're being essentially rescued. You know, under most fire departments are called fire and rescue. So those are circumstances in which they could be moved.
So I guess if the terminology you wanted to say that we're trying to rescue them off Wolf Island, that's your terminology, not mine. Anyway. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
The next one is GIS, which is Christy Elderhorst. Welcome. Is this your first time?
Thank you.
Let's see how
Nice to see
nervous we can
everyone.
make you.
All right, good morning, Warden and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the 2025 to 2029 business plan for the GIS department. Today, I will be going over an introduction to our team. You'll see some new faces there, the department function, a handful of our recent achievements, and then highlight the key initiatives that will be guiding us over the coming years. I'll then finish off with a quick risk analysis and take any questions at that time. I do not have any project proposals this year, so we'll be able to wrap it up there.
Well, carry on then.
Awesome. All right, so the GIS department is a team of three, with myself as the supervisor of GIS and our two GIS specialists, Robin and Anand. We do also hire a summer student every year, which is always a great help. And we provide a range of services, mainly centralized GIS, our Frontenac Maps web portal. We do authoritative data set creation and maintenance, as well as static and online mapping solutions. We do spatial analysis occasionally, and we have an open data initiative and a drone program. So we provide our services internally to County Council, Frontenac paramedics, and all departments at the county and 4-member townships. The bulk of our work for staff does come from the planning, economic development, public works, and building departments. Externally, we also serve out our interactive mapping site to the public. We take custom mapping requests occasionally, and we respond to data requests through data sharing agreements and our self-serve open data portal. So in the chart there, you can see how our internal requests from 2023 broke down by client. This is a fairly typical distribution that we see over the years, though sometimes special projects will require more time dedicated to that client. So in 2023, we were providing mapping support for the South Frontenac official plan, which likely bumped that number up a bit. So next, I'll quickly go over a handful of our more recent achievements, starting off with a waste pickup data and analysis project we've been working closely with South Frontenac Township staff to build out. For this project, we created a data set of waste collection pickup points throughout the township. That was the first time that waste pickup points had been compiled in a usable way, and it's really been a critical data set for multiple township projects. Firstly, it allowed for the launch of their South Frontenac Recycles public informational app, and more recently, it's been essential for the township's required reporting for the ongoing transition of Ontario's Blue Box program. We've also recently worked with multiple townships updating old map books. So we worked with North Frontenac Recreation staff to update their parklands campsite maps, and also with Central Frontenac Public Works to update their roads booklet. We've had great success working closely with Frontenac Islands Township staff to rectify areas with improper or confusing civic address assignments and signage. We joined staff on site visits and provided recommendations on scenarios that would better satisfy next generation 911 best practices and result in less possible confusion for emergency response. So we've had positive feedback from both staff and residents on those projects, and we really hope to help staff accomplish similar projects in all 4 townships. The last achievement I'll highlight is from our drone program. This project had us out in the field with the KNP Trail project manager, identifying the locations of beaver dams in the waterways surrounding the trail. So you can see there, I've circled in red one of the blockages that we were able to identify. And this saves staff many hours of time trudging through a swamp or paddling in a canoe, trying to find those blockages. We were instead able to identify them remotely from the road in under 10 minutes without really moving a muscle. So I'll now move on to talk about the key GIS initiatives that will be our focus in the coming years. First and foremost is our preparation for the transition to next generation 911. So this is a modernization of the 911 network happening across North America that will rely heavily on local GIS data for routing emergency calls. Preparation for this transition is ongoing and multifaceted. So mainly we're focusing on civic address validation, unifying our addressing and road naming process across the region, running quality control checks on our data, also tackling water access only civic addressing and official island naming, and investigating options for transforming our data into the correct format when it comes time to start submitting it to the new system. So last year, the GIS team drafted a unified road naming and civic addressing guideline document at the direction of the CAOs. The document was developed after extensive review of each township's existing bylaws, and it will serve as a unified standard guideline to help ensure that our new roads and civic address assignments across the region are consistent and NG 911 compliant. So this document was sent out to each township CAO and relevant staff members for comment, and we're really hoping to get that finalized and officially passed soon. So along with working on this document that will hopefully unify future assignments, we're doing a lot of work to verify the over 22,000 existing civic address points in the county. So over the course of several summers of fieldwork, we visited and verified 94% of the addresses in the region. And at this point, our field verification has pretty much wrapped up. The remaining unverified addresses either have a known issue that will require township staff involvement for resolution, or they are water access only properties, which will be our main focus in the coming years. So the next key initiative I'll highlight are the enhancements to our online mapping services. Just for some background, in 2022, we redesigned our mapping website, and at that time, we also launched our open data portal. That same year, we underwent an architecture review with Esri, who is our main software provider, to develop a path forward as our current server was past its replacement cycle. In 2023, we purchased those new servers according to the recommendations from the architecture review. And over the last year, we've been working really hard to deploy the new GIS environment on that modernized setup. So the main change for our end users will be in the relaunch of our Frontenac Maps interactive mapping site. That will come along with improved performance and design, and we're rolling that out currently this fall. So our online mapping service enhancement initiative will extend past that base deployment, and in the coming years, we hope to focus on increasing user proficiency and awareness, formalizing our training for new internal users, improving our content management and user strategy, as well for more intuitive access to our services. We will also be adding a new updated imagery base map to our interactive mapping site. The 2024 DRAPE program flights concluded in May, and that data is set to be delivered to us by the end of the calendar year. And as you heard earlier, the province has decided to license that out as open data now, so we no longer have to pay for it, which is great. Our open data portal allows for free open access to our non-sensitive data sets, and it supports the county's transparency and accountability commitments, as well as freeing up our staff time responding to repetitive data requests. So we'll be continuing to fill out this portal with new data sets as they become available. Our support for the planning teams remains a key GIS initiative. Mapping has mostly wrapped up for the South Frontenac official plan, but we're continuing to support them with that as needed until it's finalized. And of course, zoning bylaw amendment mapping updates are ongoing for all townships. And we'll work closely with both county and township planners to provide mapping support for all the planning related projects that are slated for the coming years. So last year, the county, in partnership with the 4 townships and conservation authorities, acquired highly detailed elevation information called LiDAR data for the entire region. And in the coming years, we'll be continuing to identify ways to maximize our return on investment with this very useful data set. So we've already generated 1 meter elevation contours across the whole county. That's been published on Frontenac Maps, and we've gotten great feedback from that, especially from staff in the planning and building departments. And we're also now able to provide LiDAR data packages for township construction projects. And also, most recently, we've been able to do some watershed analysis for our planners that's been very useful as well.
Water what, sorry?
watershed analysis. So just determining flow direction, yeah. So as for our drone program, we'll continue to maintain our certifications and ensure new staff are trained up. So we're ready to tackle new exciting missions as opportunities arise. Looking into the future, our drone is now about 7 years old. It's served us really well, and we'll likely be proposing to replace that in 2026. So I'll finish up here with a risk analysis and mitigation. Our main concern is really related to NG 911 preparations, specifically the water access only civic addressing. So our geography here in Frontenac is quite unique. Not many places have as many island and shoreline properties that are only accessible by boat as we do. So we have kind of a limited template examples to follow for this complex project. But we've developed a procedure for ourselves that's well planned and documented, and we'll work closely with township staff to implement it. Another key element of that will be liaising with our neighboring municipalities who are undertaking the same work to different extents. And that conversation has been initiated with several of our neighbors. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Councillor Fowler?
Thanks for the presentation. I'm just wondering how accurate the maps are. Like if I'm looking at a property, can I rely on it to be accurate enough that I could find a survey stakes or anything like that? Or is it just general?
It's definitely for general reference only. We have gotten feedback that it is very accurate, but it can't be relied upon in terms of like a legal survey or anything like that. You would need to get those professional services.
Councillor Greenwood Spears?
Would this help in getting our website up to date for the total number of islands that Frontenac Islands is, which is 12?
Your Frontenac Islands website, you mean?
The website for Frontenac County is inclusive of us as well.
Yes. I can definitely look into what you're referring to and get that updated.
Warden Smith?
2 points. One is I've recently talked to a user of our maps who said they are fantastic. So congratulations for everybody that's worked on them over the years. Secondly, I think you need to teach all of us how to use those maps as well as they can be used, because I get in there and get lost. And I had one other question and I forget what it was now. Oh, what is the holdup on islands and water access properties? Is it just that there's a volume, or that we can't find names of islands? Can we not just make them up if we can't find them?
That's a great question. So it's a very complex step in the NG 911 preparations. In terms of island naming, you have to get feedback from residents, of course. So we've actually started a pilot project on Charbot Lake and sent out the mailing letters to get people's feedback on what they prefer their island to be called. And part of that process is submitting to the Ontario Geographic Naming Board to get the island officially named. So that's an extended process as well. And then kind of just wrestling with, over the years in the past, the strategy used to assign these addresses has varied. Some of the strategies are not ideal for emergency response. So it's kind of a township decision, working with them through that to decide, do we want to be readdressing some of these old addresses, putting the residents through that kind of hassle? Or, how far are we going to take the resolutions to it, or just kind of develop our plan moving forward with the new assignments? So yeah, it's a lot of considerations more than the road-based addressing for sure.
The other complex I think you'll find is the locals always knew it as Fred's Island,
Yes.
but it's not really Fred's Island. Geographically, it was called, I don't care, James Richards Island or whatever. But even the locals that are on the fire department will say, well, no, we always knew it as whatever. So you did answer one part of my question. So if there needs to be change is in names, that has to go through the township if they're roads or lanes. Is that going to clean up, let me say, confusion, hopefully, eventually? Because I mean, we've had it on North Shore Crescent and North Shore Road where, it was fairly public that ambulance didn't get there. And then I noticed just the other day, there was one Fish Creek Lane. Well, it wasn't anywhere near Fish Creek Road. So I think those things are very important, that if you get those cleaned up with staff, it's better for everybody who lives on there. I know somebody doesn't want to change their address
Yeah.
or change their stuff. But I think it would be great if we actually have a template that says, okay, these are the reasons why, and this is why we need to do it. I think that would be very beneficial for
Yeah.
everybody, fire, paramedics.
Yes, for sure. And we've flagged, as we've been out driving the entire county, we've flagged many different types of issues in the civic addressing and roads database. So part of that process when we're reporting back to the township about what potentially needs to be resolved is trying to do a hierarchy of what could potentially cause the most confusion in emergency response and what do we need to address first over the others. So
Very good. Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much. We're always supposed to think of a tough question for the news person. And next we have finance. Phil.
PSS, that's right, yeah.
There you go. Welcome, Phil.
Okay, so good morning. I'd like to thank council for providing me with an opportunity to present an overview of the financial services business plan. Today, I'm going to briefly update you on the major initiatives for the finance department, and then I'll be outlining some of the potential risks facing finance in the future. I guess I have to do that. And then we'll go again. Okay. So the major initiative that we're focused on in finance for 2024 and 2025 is the asset management plan, as there are different requirements for both this year as well as next. Asset management planning is an ongoing and a long-term process that allows municipalities to make the best possible investment decisions for their infrastructure assets. The 2024 requirements are for all municipalities to have an approved asset management plan for all of their municipal infrastructure assets. It involves identifying current levels of service and the cost of maintaining those levels of service. The county used the information from last year's building condition assessments and engaged PSD citywide to update its asset management plan. For each asset category, we report replacement costs, condition assessments, and life cycle activities for assets, and also consider the costs and risks associated with maintaining different service levels. Building on the 2024 requirements, the asset management plan will be enhanced next year. So by July 1st of 2025, municipalities must have an approved asset management plan that includes an identification of proposed levels of service, what activities will be required to meet those proposed levels of service, and a strategy to fund these activities. So next, I'm going to be reviewing some of the potential risks facing the financial services department. And the first item that I'd like to talk about is a carryover from last year, which is rising insurance costs. This continues to be a major concern for municipalities in Ontario as we see ongoing increases well above the consumer price index. This is due to a variety of factors such as increased litigation and a hard insurance market, which is characterized by increased premium costs due to less competition among insurance carriers for new business. Unfortunately, there's no indication that these increases are coming to an end anytime soon. And there's little that the county can do at this time to mitigate the issue, so we are forced to rely on property tax dollars to pay for these rising insurance premiums, dollars that would otherwise be used to improve or to expand needed services for residents and businesses. Benefit costs, I think they've been alluded to already today. They continue to be a concern for the county. In recent years, we have seen significant increases to our benefit premiums. Since we went to market in 2021, we have seen benefit increases of almost 8% in 2022 and 9% in November of 2023. And we've already received confirmation that the benefits will be going up 15% effective November 1st of this year. So to mitigate these increases, we negotiated a 2-year exemption for increases to our life insurance and our long-term disability rates back in 2021, last time we went to market. However, we are seeing higher rate increases this year because those caps are no longer in effect. The county's ability to mitigate these increases are limited. We monitor the renewal rates and we work with our benefit plan consultants to determine when we should go to market with another request for proposal. There is a risk in going to the market for a quote too often. that benefit providers will either not quote on your business or they're going to quote higher pricing due to the turnover, the higher turnover. As a result, we do continue to monitor the situation closely, and we could be in a situation to go back to market with a request for proposal next year. And the final risk that I'd like to talk about pertains to our Microsoft Dynamics GP accounting software, which is used for our financial transactions and for our reporting. We've recently been advised that as of September 30th of 2029, all end user product support and updates will be finished, and that by April 30th of 2031, there will be no further security updates. As a result, the county is going to have to begin evaluating alternative software packages to identify which option will best fit our needs in the future. And thank you for your time this morning. Does anybody have any questions?
Counselor Greenwood Spears?
Thank you for your presentation. That regarding the less competitive insurance costs and that, I know in the past, some places self-insured and that, but there also has been pooling with different municipalities to do self-insurance in the past. Is that gone now, or?
I think we looked, did we look at that before? We gone into, Alex? I thought
We haven't taken a real serious look at the pooling, the issue being we're a fairly small player in this and one or two bad cases would bring things through. So the insurance premiums go up every year. We're not happy about it, but at least that somewhat limits your liability. Whereas if you're in a pool, and basically all insurance companies are essentially a pool, but if you're pooling individually and small, you have a couple big ones, there's no limit to that liability.
Yeah, it's just in the past, not in the healthcare sector, and that where I've seen hospitals pooling, it actually provided them with significant advantages for negotiation, even for the benefits and stuff. And I believe up in the Waterloo region, they were also pooled with other groups and that more than the region, and that to look at, just considering the costs go nowhere but up. I hope that all like opportunities would be explored, even.
Other questions or comments? I have just a comment. I always think that asset management plan in place is just so the province knows exactly what we have, which is why they want it. I think as a council member, and I don't need to know everything, but I always find that every time that staff negotiations happen and all of these things happen, so I'm not saying anywhere is any different. All we ever hear about is 3% wage increases. We never hear about benefit increases. And the benefit increases are just as costly or maybe sometimes more costly than wage increases, but we never hear that. We never hear what the benefit package is. We never hear any of that. Maybe I don't need to know, but I think a lot of staff, some staff, actually think their benefits are worth more than their salary almost. Because there's a lot of places where the benefits have gotten so good that it's almost job creation for people to say, well, I'm gonna go there because the benefits are that well, right? So it's always easy in a negotiation to say, well, we'll just add those benefits. But it's a cost that's always ongoing, just like salaries, except the more use, the higher the cost, right? But that's just a comment on benefits, but I don't know, like everything else though, all of the insurance companies are buying up the marketplace, right? Intact will just buy out as many as they can so that they just buy the market. Sorry, Barb?
If I may, Deputy Warden, so when we negotiate, we do the total compensation, so any changes in benefits are included in what council has approved for a mandate. And then, so in our last negotiations, one union, there were no changes to benefit amounts. And another one, it was very, very minor. But yeah, we usually share that when we come back before council ratification. Thank you.
Okay, so the total package when we're approving it is including everything. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Judy?
Just, Barb, I believe the benefit cost per employee is around 23% or 27% additional to their salaries. just for the deputy warden's benefit, and that it is significant. And I believe he had 15% increase or so, and that was in our documents.
Yeah, it is a significant cost, and in terms of getting the percentage, I'd have to pull my calculator out and I can come out in a couple minutes with that one, but I'll figure out if you'd like exactly what the medical benefit percentage is relative to salaries.
And of course, every year that's on dependency on claims too, because then premiums go up or whatever, but anyway, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And last, between lunch and is the very important information services from Mr. Millard.
Well, thank you. I don't want to stand between you and lunch, so we'll keep it quick. So thank you, Warden and Council, sorry, for allowing me to present the 2025-2029 Frontenac Municipal Information Services Business Plan. So on screen, you see the 6 members of our team, and I'll just bring to light Alex Da Silva is our new hire in 2024. He's in the service desk analyst role, servicing South Frontenac and Frontenac Islands townships. Collectively, this group on screen offers you 52 years of experience and local knowledge. We're happily providing full IT services to our 9 partners that you see listed on the screen here as well. Just some stats on how we break it out with the partners. Each of our FMIS partners are highlighted, including the number of staff we support and the computer endpoints we support for each partner. And then the right column is the right column summarizes our 760 staff and 341 endpoints that we support. Computers, tablets, phones, could be anything. Yep. Thanks. So some of our accomplishments in 2024, complete cloud migration for South Frontenac file shares, their server environment, and also including their telephone services. This was completed in an expedited timeframe to prepare for the township staff to work remotely during the George Street construction project. We also transitioned Frontenac Island staff to Microsoft Teams Voice as well. We migrated the Frontenac County frontline staff all over to Office 365 and decommissioned our on-premise Exchange server. We provided full end-user training support to all county staff, and we have completed our annual hardware refresh of 200 pieces. So this chart represents our total service request volume from 2016 to the year ending 2023. Please note, in 2016 was the year we began servicing the townships in our current service, shared service model, sorry. So obviously you can see a spike in 2020, which was a direct result of COVID pandemic and the requirements to set up everyone who works remotely and from home, including the townships, the Conservation Authority, and of course, all county staff. Since 2021, we've seen a steady decline in the total number of service requests. In 2023, we had 3,078 requests for service, which is our lowest number in the last 8 years. This chart represents how responsive the department is in completing its service requests. The bottom bar represents 0 to 4 business hours from submission to closure, which is 47% of our time. The next bar represents 4 to 24 business hours, which was completed 30% of the time. And then we extend to 24 to 48 for an additional 7%. And then top 2 bars are 48 to 120, and then anything over 120 hours, which collectively represents 15%. So in 2025, some of the major FMIS initiatives will be replacing our remote application delivery system, Citrix, also a Frontenac County website redevelopment project, and specifically with Fairmount Home, refreshing the resident television system. Just a couple of advisements to bring forward. They're obviously centered around data security and data resiliency. There's always an advisement around cybersecurity, and we will continue to monitor. The other advisement is to piggyback on the audit that we performed this year with the clerk's department around data classification and the management of that data. Some recommendations going forward are just to continue data backup process to offline vendors, continue with the multi-layer security approach, continue end user security training, further the use of two-factor authentication, and build on the document management audit performed in 2024. Any questions? And I don't know what's for lunch, so I'm sorry.
Councillor Greenwood Spears.
Just want to make note, when you talked about the county website redevelopment, it's a must-do, eh? It looks like the current vendor is ending.
The current vendor is not ending. The product that we purchased is coming end of life. Yes, they're offering a solution in place of, and we can also go to market for a complete revamp as well.
Any other comments? I just have one. If a municipality changes service provider on their phones, does that trigger you to do something all over again or not necessarily?
Such as the change from Bell Canada to Microsoft Teams Voice?
Well, I'll say, tell us, let's say to Rogers on everybody's phone or any of those things, does that kick you in again?
Oh, yes. We've looked after all the switch for specifically in South, what we're going through right now.
Maybe.
Maybe, yes. We're taking care of all that aspects for Louise.
Okay, the other part, it's just a comment on your slides there. I've been saying this to our own CAO and council and staff. If you look at the statistics before COVID, then you look at COVID, then look at them after. Actually, these here are even more dramatic of down. And that's exactly what I've told building departments, planning departments, all of them. Let's have a couple of years of statistics because that number is not going to be realistic compared to COVID. And you can see that right there. I think that's a perfect example. And nobody's using less technology today. So, Council.
Just a comment, if now we could only see that in the cost of housing, that it was up there and now it's coming way down because it might come down a little, but it doesn't come down very much at all.
Neither does gas. It always goes up, but it doesn't.
We haven't increased our fees.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions, thanks, Kevin. And we are on time. It's 11:52 and lunch is here. It's 12:30. Susan Brandt is with us, manager of, or director, or whatever of Fairmount Administrator. Titles keep moving up the chain, but anyway, welcome. And we will get started.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Warden, Deputy Warden, and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present Fairmount's business plan for 2025 to 2029. And we're not moving to this. There we go. So just a quick overview of Fairmount Home. It's a 128-bed long-term care home. The home has been tracking the last known address of its residents since 2017. And currently about 8% of the resident population is coming from Frontenac County. About 82% has come from the city of Kingston, and then the remaining 10% from other areas. Excuse me. As you would anticipate, the home is a 24-hour operation and it's governed by the Fixing Long-Term Care Act. Approximately 220 staff with about 20 active volunteers, and Frontenac County Council is the board of directors and licensee under the Fixing Long-Term Care Act. That same act under section 122(1) requires each upper tier or single tier municipality to establish and maintain a long-term care home. So let's have a look at the long-term care legislation. So I mentioned the Fixing Long-Term Care Act and its associated regulation 24622, which focuses on the quality of care, including improvements to staffing and resident care. The act also places a greater emphasis on continuous improvement, infection prevention and control, and emergency planning. There's also the Connecting Care Act, excuse me, it's just mandated to require healthcare service providers to work together for evolving priorities under Ontario Health. And Ontario Health teams also have the power to provide funding to health care service providers, as well as to integrate our healthcare services. And finally, Bill 7, which enforces patient transfer to a long-term care home from hospital. This can represent challenges for homes, particularly staffing challenges, as often the alternative level of care patients that come from hospital have time-intensive specialized care needs. So let's look at long-term care demand. The size and complex care needs of Ontario's aging population is rapidly growing. By 2040, 1 in 13 Ontarians will be over the age of 80. And that 80+ population is projected to more than double by 2040. Most people want to age at home, yet only 1 in 5 seniors over the age of 80 that has complex care needs can be serviced other than in long-term care. So residents in long-term care, if you look at the top line on the graph, you'll see that there's a consistent increase in the complex care needs or high needs of patients or residents coming into long-term care. And in Ontario, only about 5.6% of all residents who reside in long-term care could potentially be cared for elsewhere. So let's have a look at the wait list as well. Wait list for long-term care has nearly doubled in 10 years, with more than 43,000 people currently waiting for long-term care in Ontario. The wait list for admission to Fairmount is also long, and as of July 31st, 418 people were waiting for admission to Fairmount. With the current capacity and admission rates at Fairmount, it would take approximately 8 years to go through the 418 people that are currently waiting. So further to the wait list, in Ontario, the average senior will wait 126 days to access long-term care, with some waiting up to 2.5 years. If you have a look at this graph, you'll see the top line and bottom line, just to focus on the impacts of Bill 7 that I mentioned earlier. If you're a patient in hospital, you're waiting about 70 days for admission to long-term care. If you're a citizen in the community in your home, you could be waiting up to 200 days for long-term care services. So that just shows you the impact of that Bill 7 I was mentioning. But more importantly, Ontario needs 30,000 new long-term care beds right now just to service those who are waiting on the wait list now. And then another 48,000 beds, or a total of 78,000 beds, will be required just by 2029 to meet the growing demand. So let's have a look at how Fairmount is doing with some 4 local long-term care homes. And I pulled this data from the financial information return. So Fairmount has the fewest number of beds at 128 in the group, which means less benefit from economies of scale. The adjusted total cost per bed is about 136,000, which is just slightly more than the average at 130,000. The overhead at Fairmount is about just under 6,000 a bed, and that's about average. the average is about 6,500, so we're right in that average range. Overall, Fairmount's costs are $24,544 less per bed than Rideau Crest, our comparator within the city of Kingston. If Fairmount's costs were to increase at the level of Rideau Crest, Fairmount's budget would have to increase by 3.14 million to be a comparison. In their beds, as you can see, for Rideau Crest are 170. So let's talk about the human health resource crisis. Across Canada, job vacancy rates are nearly 70% higher in the healthcare and social service sector over the last 4 years. Ontario long-term care homes require an additional 58,600 nurses and PSWs by 2029 just to meet the care needs of today. That's more than double the current workforce. In 2023, nearly all Ontario homes report difficulty filling shifts, and you'll see more of that in the next slides. 60% of homes are also not just nursing, but they're also seeing difficulty filling other roles such as dietary cooks. So it's not just nursing across the board. There's also difficulty or challenges with recruitment. And similar to other healthcare sectors, Fairmount is also experiencing a shortage in health human resources and therefore continues to rely on temporary agencies. So if you have a look at the current slide, the following table highlights the financial impact of temporary agency staffing from January to June of this year across Eastern Ontario. Fairmount's temporary agency use is just above the average of those in the table, but I would highlight that probably, or the majority of that impact, I would say, comes from the fact of where the home is located. We are in a healthcare community. We compete with large hospitals and other large long-term care homes for the same healthcare staff. And Fairmount as well uses temporary agencies for registered staff primarily, which means a higher rate is charged to the home for a registered staff as opposed to others. So the best practice spotlight, Fairmount has chosen to participate in the pre-designation program. So why BPSO? Well, first, it's a peer review of experts in our field to evaluate and endorse our work. The program promotes evidence-based practices that will improve resident care and support our healthcare staff. The BPSO pre-designation program is also an indicator to those who want to work in healthcare that Fairmount exceeds professional standards. It adds more professional credibility to the home's reputation. And as well, it's an independent indicator to residents and their loved ones of the quality of care provided at Fairmount Home. This next slide, although kind of small, gives you an indication of the year one commitment by Fairmount staff to provide these deliverables. And in year one, the home will develop a BPSO database, complete gap analysis, a selection of key performance indicators, complete progress reports, attend RNAO mandatory meetings, and as well in the first year, Fairmount is required to engage a minimum of 6% of staff as BPSO champions. And I'm proud to say that we've exceeded that, pretty much doubled that as of this time in staff participation in the program already. So Amplify is another thing I wanted to highlight. The government of Ontario has established a provincial priority to improve patient care through the sharing of clinical data between healthcare providers. So Project Amplify is a data integration program funded by the Ministry of Health to integrate hospitals and long-term care homes. The project vision, as I said, is to improve the continuity of care for long-term care residents. So in this particular case, Kingston Health Science Center and Fairmount Home has already begun the early stages of implementing this data integration. So I'll highlight some business plan changes. We're in the final year of the staffing supplement funding, and Fairmount has made the difficult decision, although we are providing 3.82 hours of care per resident per day, so we are approaching that 4 hours of care. Fairmount has made the decision to utilize the remaining funding at about approximately $120,000 to offset the home's budget, the cost of temporary agency and overtime staff. And as well, I wanted to highlight that the 2024 budget is based on, if you look at the provincial funding, and you'll see that 50% of it is coming from the province of Ontario primarily, and 18% comes from user fees from the residents, which is also dictated by the provincial government. That means 68% of the home's budget is managed by the province of Ontario, which presents risks that any funding changes could happen. And as far as the home goes, The province announces its budget in March of 2025 for the year 2025. So we are passing the 2025 budget now, but we won't know until March 2025 what the province intends to change, if any changes. Hours of direct care. I've said this in the past and I'd like to say it again. Just thank you very much to County Council because since 2016, they have supported Fairmount achieving the 4 hours of care per resident per day, long before the province decided it was a priority. So I just wanted to highlight that and say thank you very much. So the homes redevelopment study was completed by GE Architects and was provided to County Council in 2022 and again in April 2023. In October 2023, staff brought forward 4 options for County Council's consideration. And at that time, direction was provided to staff to complete a preliminary evaluation of maintaining the current site with an addition of 32 beds. But it's something we will continue to focus on in the near future for further direction from council. So accomplishments from 2024. As I mentioned, the BPSO pre-designation, which will see the implementation of 3 Registered Nurse Association of Ontario guidelines, including person and family-centered care, transitions in care and services, and the prevention and management of pressure ulcers. The BPSO application also supports Fairmount's ongoing commitment to continuous improvement in resident care. Continuous improvement also saw us engaging with new service providers to provide better care to residents. We have improved foot care, hearing services, and dental services for residents. Staff training also occurred in 2024 with a couple items mentioned being TIPA Snow GEMS, which focus on allowing staff to see dementia through the lens of evolving abilities, staff training in a palliative care to let me start again, and staff training in a palliative approach to care. And this is all in addition to our annual surge training that all staff must complete every year. Fairmount is also working with the Ontario Caregivers Association to establish an essential care partner support hub, which is basically a free resource for caregivers and family members to help those who help our residents at Fairmount Home. Successful grant opportunities as well. The Local Priorities Fund for just over 76,000, the Equipment and Training Fund grant for about 36,000, and the Seniors Community Grant for about 23,000. We're all able to be used to support our residents. Many home improvements also occurred in 2024. Just to name a few, the replacement of all carpet on the resident home areas with vinyl flooring, new exterior lighting, 17 additional parking spots, and the addition of a secondary heating source in the home's HVAC system is nearing completion. The home has also implemented mandatory multiple emergency response drills, which include monthly fire drills, staged resident evacuations, drills for missing residents, violent outbursts, natural disasters, and of course, outbreaks of communicable disease, to name a few. So then I'd like to talk about some challenges, mitigations, and some cautions that I'd like to bring forward to council. So long-term care homes must keep abreast of changes that are being initiated by Ontario health teams and participate in decisions as appropriate. The home must maintain a balance between resident care and documentation of resident activities to meet not only legislative requirements, but also ensuring that the actual care needs of the home's residents is documented because it does impact the provincial funding for the home. The health human resource crisis that I mentioned earlier means we also need to continue to work in collaboration with HR to look at the home staffing and initiatives to not only recruit, but retain staff as well. So in addition to the periodic condition assessments, of one of which we just completed this year, the septic and water system are something else that also needs to be monitored and managed from an environmental services standpoint. It's a high priority. There's numerous provincial regulations which frequently can change, which can bring unanticipated funding obligations. So therefore sufficient reserves must be established. And as previously mentioned in one of my prior slides, 68% of the home's budget relies on the province of Ontario and its funding. So unanticipated risks of changes that could come forward. And finally, long-term sustainability. Finance continues to work with the home's management to work collaboratively to assess reserves for operating and capital expenditures. So cautions would include the expectations to provide specialized equipment and services, which would require the purchase of new equipment, new staff training that currently is only partially funded by the ministry. Advisements would include the increasing expectations for additional services from families, residents, as well as Ontario Health. And finally, with the assistance of finance, Fairmount must monitor the home's accounts receivable for unpaid resident fees and initiate legal action as required. So there's only one project proposal, and I'd like to turn it over to Peyton once I've addressed any questions that you may have. So thank you for your time.
I just have one here that I wrote down I was gonna ask earlier, but I was told to wait. No. So if the province pays 68% of a per bed,
Yes.
how do they justify paying 68% then of 10,000 per bed compared to if the average is 5,000 a bed? Are they giving the, I'm not criticizing City of Kingston or
No,
anything
no.
like that, but I'm just asking, are they paying 68% then of the $10,000 too then?
They could potentially, provided that the expenditures that they report on, and we have an annual report that finance prepares for us every year that the province uses to reconcile their funding against. So you have to follow their prescribed rules, fill the annual report out, and then they determine whether there's recovery that you owe back to the province or if they actually owe you more. So potentially they could, yeah.
Okay. Okay, other questions? Councillor Saunders?
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Susan, thanks for doing all this. I can't imagine the challenges that you face every day. Rideau Crest, I would have assumed that a larger volume place would have lower costs. Do you have any perspective on why their cost per patient is higher than ours?
No, I wouldn't want to hazard a guess because I haven't really assessed their financial, like their annual report. The annual reports aren't public information. So for example, the financial information return that I commented on earlier is something that each municipality has to file every year, and it's publicly available. The annual reports are something that the homes provide that isn't shared publicly. So without being able to view them, I wouldn't know.
It's this concept of volume, right? Bigger is, you spread the cost out, so it doesn't appear to be the case in that example, right?
No, it wouldn't, but and I'm just hazarding a guess, if they had a legal department and they utilized that legal department to provide opinions on legal things, then they could allocate a portion of that legal cost to the home.
The other is, maybe this is for the treasurer or the CEO. Since we have I forget the number, 80% of the residents are from Kingston.
Yes,
Can we
82.
reallocate the costing share?
No, the legal agreement is they pay the 68% after the provincial contributions. So
And
we have
that's non-negotiable, given the number of residents?
Yeah, it's part of the original amalgamation agreement, and if we were to open that back up, we'd want to be very sure that we're opening it for the right reasons.
Councillor Greenwood Spears?
Okay, along that line, as we all recognize, with 82%, I believe, was City of Kingston, plus another 10% from outside of the area. Only 8% from the county, and yet we're carrying the larger piece. One of the things that jumps to me is we are within the City of Kingston, yet we don't have water and sewer pipes coming out to us. I think there should be a concerted effort to get the city to actually service this area with water and sewer. And I know it may seem like a long way, but having lived 30 years in Waterloo Region, when they lost all the water production in Elmira, within a year, they had the pipelines out from Waterloo to Elmira because that was essential. And I really think that it's long overdue, because the risk that you have if we have a water problem and we have the most vulnerable population is unacceptable. So the City of Kingston's been getting away because of the agreement with a much lighter amount of contribution. And I really think that we should be pushing on them to bring the water and sewer. And that in the future, and that when we look at any redevelopment in the future, and that would really be an essential piece of it too. It's ridiculous to be within the City of Kingston and not have water and sewer for a vulnerable population like that. Also, I do appreciate the level of complexity that you speak about for the patients, and that far different than what it was 25 years ago. 25 years ago, with the loss of chronic care hospitals in the province of Ontario, which was a government decision by the Harris government, it resulted in all the people on 24-hour oxygen, trachs, severe MS patients, patients that used to be looked after with a higher level of care and professional competency, with an aggregate of support from respiratory therapists to physiotherapists. They were all available. And since then, they've been downloaded to an underfunded system. And this underfunding is in part because in the Canada Health Act, long-term care is not specifically identified as needing to be funded. So it doesn't matter how much money the federal government ups, the provincial government continues to strangle this particular area. Something that came to mind, though, when you're talking about turnover and the difficulty in that, because, we are more rural. Aside from the aspect of free parking, and as you can appreciate, anybody in the hospital sectors and that, they're all getting dinged for parking. That's something I'd amplify. But also I mentioned about the transit before. And whether or not we should be looking at getting the rural transit subsidy in part to buy the lines to come out here and offer that included to the staffing, that they will get their free passage out on buses. That it would benefit both the patients, their families, and the staff. And it's just something that might help to tip the scale, because if you don't own a car, it's hard to get to work out here. The Amplify that you talked about is working with the hospitals, and that one thing I would suggest, if you have the opportunity, expand it to the doctors and the community health centers. Because the more information you have on the true history, because by the time you're getting it from the hospitals, they're already getting a sanitized version from a crisis, not the medical history that's been longstanding, and it would really be helpful. When you spoke about the redevelopment piece, I really think that if we engage the city and push for the water and sewer, it will help move a lot more decision-making along. And one other piece of good news is that at KFL&A Public Health, they were just last 2 weeks in receipt of a mobile dental clinic. And for qualified patients, which would probably be the majority of the patients out here, and that you can engage public health to come on out. They have a dentist, they have hygienists, they have everything, and maybe look at getting that into a system of coming on a routine basis here. I know they're doing it, quote, as a soft launch until the beginning of the year and that, but as I point out to them, numbers count. And they need to pay attention to the long-term care facilities more so than even the retirement homes, because if you can afford retirement home, you probably don't qualify. But if you're in long-term care, the odds go way, way up. So I just want to bring that to your attention, because they toured me through the mobile thing. There's only 2 of them in this entire area. One is here in Frontenac County. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for that information. We do actually have a dentist who comes in and a hygienist who comes right into the home, so it makes it very easy for the residents. Same with the hearing organization as well. But thank you for highlighting that other option we could look into.
The comment I'd like to make about 2 comments. Our CAO, and I know that our council member, and we have been working with the city on transportation. We have been working about asking what it would take. I know that the west end of Kingston, somebody funded a project where they actually did extend a line. So we are asking those questions. What would it take to come from that carpool right there to here? So, I mean, those conversations are happening. Secondly, you might get transportation long before you'll ever get water and sewer, because in the new business plan for the city of Kingston, which has just been put out from Planning and Economic Development, all the growth will be in the west end. So they have never crossed the 401. I shouldn't say never. There is a couple of fire hydrants on Sunnyside Road. I don't know how they got there. But when they redeveloped the whole Division Street overpass, they did not put water and sewer underneath it. So they're making the conscious decision not to cross the 401. They want the development on the south side of the 401. So to talk them into water and sewer for Fairmount, I'll be long gone, or I'll be in the home. But that won't happen. But transportation, we have had some conversations, and if we could get that piece solved, at least that would help, hopefully with staffing or a few other things. But that conversation is happening. Yes, Warden Smith.
However, we have communal services, which could take a look at waste and water, right, Joe?
So there are options.
Great. Thank you for that information. Thank you for your time, and I'll turn it over to Peyton for a project proposal.
Go ahead, Pete. She let you do that because it takes the heat off? Susan, you didn't want to take the heat of the proposal?
Hello, Council. My name is Peyton Hunt. I'm the Assistant Director of Care for Infection Prevention and Control at Fairmount Home. And this is our 2025 budget project proposal for the occupational therapist position. What is an occupational therapist, you may ask? An occupational therapist helps older adults maintain and improve their ability to perform daily activities and live independently. They assess physical, cognitive, and emotional challenges, then develop personalized strategies and adaptive techniques to address these issues. Additionally, they may recommend modifications to the home environment to ensure safety and enhance quality of life. Background. Fairmount Home has faced large challenges with retaining occupational therapists, with the position recently remaining vacant for 3 years. Previous candidates either preferred full-time roles or left after only 4 months, primarily due to time constraints working in the part-time 6 line. The lack of a filled position and difficulty retaining the occupational therapist have resulted in delayed assessments, leading to postponed treatments that diminish their independence and overall quality of life. An occupational therapist assesses the specific mobility needs of older adults and recommends appropriate equipment, such as walkers or wheelchairs, to enhance their independence and safety. They also provide training on effective use of this equipment, ensuring that seniors can navigate their environment comfortably and reduce the risk of falls and injuries. An occupational therapist enhances the quality of life for older adults by enabling them to perform everyday tasks more effectively and independently. They tailor interventions to improve their holistic life, which helps seniors stay active, engaged, and safe in their everyday lives. For instance, an occupational therapist can evaluate residents and provide them with adaptive tools, enabling them to feed themselves independently. They can also assess the need for pressure relieving devices to prevent painful sores. When looking at our current rate, our home ranks approximately 5% above provincial average for pressure ulcers, indicating that we need to switch gears from a reactive approach to a proactive approach. Our project description is to increase the occupational therapist position from a part-time position up to a full-time position. Not yet. Operational efficiencies. I'm unsure why my slide is not showing. Okay, I'll continue. The slide is not showing, my apologies, but we will get to this in a moment. So occupational therapy and long-term care. Occupational therapy has a relevance and importance in long-term care homes who are legislatively directed to engage in a restorative approach to care that promotes resident well-being and quality of life in an environment that is recognized to be their home. While occupational therapy services are directed to promote resident function and engagement, the profession also makes meaningful contributions to the prevention of risks such as falls, pressure wounds, depression, or responsive behaviors for residents living with severe dementia. Now I have a case scenario for you. Close your eyes and envision yourself as a 90-year-old who has spent 3 months in the hospital following an injury, with the long-term stay feeling endless. Upon finally moving to a long-term care home, you're hopeful to escape the hospital environment, only to face pain and isolation due to being bedbound and suffering from a painful ulcer. An occupational therapist can profoundly impact this situation by assessing your needs and providing a mobility device, allowing you to get out of bed for the first time in months. This intervention reduces your pain, enables you to sit up and engage with others, fostering a sense of belonging and rekindling hope for a better life. Without the intervention of an occupational therapist, you would remain bedridden, enduring constant pain and feeling disheartened about the future. You'd be confined to your bed during family visits and unable to join the gardening group, a cherished activity that has brought you solace and connection, especially after the loss of your spouse. Thank you for participating, and you may open your eyes now. Operational efficiencies. An occupational therapist can enhance operational efficiencies in a long-term care home by streamlining daily routines and optimizing task performance for both residents and staff. They can assess and improve the design of common areas to better accommodate resident needs, which reduces time spent on caregiving tasks and minimizes hazards. By implementing personalized interventions and adaptive strategies, they help residents become more self-sufficient, thereby decreasing the demand on staff for constant assistance. The occupational therapist also trains staff in effective techniques for assisting residents, which can improve overall quality of care and efficiency while congruently reducing the home's liability risk. Additionally, their work in coordinating care plans and ensuring proper use of mobility aids can reduce the incidence of accidents and injuries, leading to a smoother operations and better resource management. An occupational therapist helps long-term care home comply with the Fixing Long-Term Care Act by ensuring that care practices and environment modifications meet regulatory standards for resident safety and quality of life. They conduct assessments, recommend necessary changes, and provide staff training to align with the Act's requirement, thereby promoting a higher standard of care and adherence to legal guidelines. Without an occupational therapist, we must depend on our registered nursing task to take on those responsibilities when the therapist is unavailable. Although time is a precious resource in nursing, it is crucial to emphasize the safety and liability risks that can occur when nursing staff take on the role of an occupational therapist. Council and policy direction. Reviewing Frontenac County's strategic plan to enhance quality of life through improved service delivery, with Fairmount Homes' goal of elevating the care and services provided to residents, it is clearly demonstrated how having a full-time occupational therapist helps us uphold our mission, vision, and values. Financial evaluation. As opposed to sticking to status quo, the home is advocating for an additional 780 additional hours annually to increase the occupational therapist position from a part-time position to a full-time position. The total additional costs are $54,020, with the county's levy portion being $17,286. Any questions?
You did mention that you covered it by nursing staff.
Mm-hmm.
So what actually happened to the money that was in the budget for the last 3 years do you hire additional staff too, or on top of what nurses can do?
So what we did, how we managed, was we had a casual occupational therapist come into the home to provide essential services. While this need was better than nothing, our team faced significant challenges in meeting the needs of residents and ensuring safe practice. Our rehabilitation nurse and physiotherapist also had to step in to handle tasks typically performed by the OT, which further complicated our ability to meet professional standards. Residents were left waiting weeks for proper assessment and necessary interventions. As I mentioned earlier, these delays can be harmful to the geriatric population and hinder our ability to deliver a restorative approach to care. We survived, but we did not in any capacity thrive.
Well, you did answer it in the first part, almost like you were expecting it, but yes. You had to pay for extra services is basically what you were saying.
Yeah.
And I do agree that having somebody full-time is way easier to attract than somebody, can you work 0.6 hour a week or whatever it is? And they also get to know the whole feel of the patients better if they're here all the
Absolutely.
time.
Mhm.
I didn't say approved it yet. I'm just saying the positives. Counselor Greenwood Spears.
Just for my clarity in that, when I was looking at the business case on the employee complement, and that there was only two contract people listed in there. And I'm just wondering, you said that you had to get somebody in on a casual basis trying to cover off. Was that countered or captured in our contract piece? I was surprised at such a low number of contract. But just in occupational therapy alone, physiotherapy, do we have, how many FTEs of physiotherapists do we have? Because they usually work hand in glove together.
Absolutely. So we currently have a part-time physiotherapist contracted out through LifeMark, as well as a full-time physiotherapist assistant, as well as a part-time physiotherapist assistant who help. In saying this, when we had that time without our occupational therapist, our physiotherapist did struggle greatly to meet the demands, and we were constantly turning over new physiotherapists because they were unable to keep up with supporting our residents the way they should be supported.
So in reality, we're probably light on both groups because we've got 128 patients with complex needs increasing all the time and being discharged as quick as possible from hospital.
Absolutely.
In an aging facility, and that whereas newer facilities and that there's a lot of OT basically built in, everything from bumping up to elevators, and they come automatically to better call systems, et cetera, and that. It's very unfortunate. Thank you. We should support this. We should also be very cognizant that once this comes into play, and that probably physiotherapy should be upped as well. And that, but this goes back to the underfunding that we're still getting from the provincial government. And it's unfortunate, but no, this is essential stuff. And especially, I know the value of OT. And I can't imagine physiotherapy trying to work without a good OT helping them.
Absolutely. I will mention, we also have an RFP out for our physiotherapy contract to see what else is out there for different complements of physiotherapy services.
I'm sure that you had a larger list of things that you would have liked to had done, but that you felt that this was the most important fix at this moment.
Mhm.
So I think you can save the one that Judy's talking about till next year's budget. That might be the important one, but no, just kidding. But if this is the priority, then we need to look at that one obviously seriously, but tomorrow, but we have the information. Do we have any other questions for?
Did I get a response as to why only two contract people are listed in the complement of staff for Fairmont?
Susan will answer.
Yes, through you. I just wanted to say the only two contracted managers we have are through Sodexo, and that's the manager of environmental services and our food service manager. We do have other contractors who do other things like social work, music therapy. We didn't list all of them. We were just looking to identify the major management positions.
I was sort of looking for how many professional staff you're having to contract in.
Yeah, I'm just, it depends on what service you're referring to. I mean, as I said, we've got music therapy, physiotherapy. We've done the OT before. We don't look at them as, we were outlining kind of the management roles, not looking at every function when we develop the organizational chart.
Put it down to RN and RPN support that you're contracting in? Or are you having to contract any RN and RPN support?
Just through temporary agencies. I can't think of anything else that was already outlined in the business plan. Thanks.
Okay, so we have it. Thank you. There are no other questions then. We will.
Thank you
Move
for your
forward.
time.
Yep, thank you. So at this time, it looks like we don't have anything else because all the comments and everything are going to be taken forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow, the screen will be up with the requests, what those impacts we'll have, and the screen will be up so we can move in or out or whatever has to happen to get to a number that people think are palatable. Is that fair enough? Yeah. Could have almost done one more today. Are they ready? Okay. So we will meet tomorrow. Barb, are you ready?
We can squeeze them in.
Okay, you think we have lots of time tomorrow? Okay, all right. He says we have lots of time tomorrow, so we will go with the schedule that's presented. So if there's nothing else,
I move we adjourn.
oh, do you have anything? Okay, just, we need to move to recess.
I move to
Oh.
recess.
Okay.
Oh.
We don't need to move her. She's already done it.
Good.
We are in recess till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.